morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The death toll rising in Israel after a fresh round of airstrikes from Iran late into the night last night. At least 17 people were killed in Israel since Friday, and dozens have been injured. That conflict sparked by Israeli airstrikes on Iranian nuclear sites. President Trump urging restraint on both sides. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting from Washington.
Israel's ambassador to the U.S. not ruling out that Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khomeini was a potential target.
Nobody who's threatening the destruction of Israel should be off the target list.
Two U.S. officials tell ABC News Israel told the United States it had a window to kill Khomeini, but President Trump was not on board. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu reportedly urging Trump to join the operation to destroy Iran's nuclear program, but Trump urging restraint.
In other news, the suspect accused of shooting two Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses in their homes over the weekend has been arrested.
Overnight, authorities capturing Vance Bolter, the man accused of shooting two Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses, killing two and wounding two others. Authorities arresting the 57-year-old near his farm in the city of Green Isle, finding Bolter with the help of drones and helicopters, saying he was armed but was taken into custody without incident.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Police say Bolter was spotted on a neighbor's trail cam and that neighbor called police. There's more rain coming through the Nashville area today, and it comes after flash flooding in Sumner County yesterday. Smoky Bar News reporting that several vehicles were stranded at Bowling Branch Road. Stick around for today's forecast. It's coming up right after the news. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
India's government aviation regulator ordering an inspection of all Boeing 787 Dreamliners after the crash of an Air India flight shortly after takeoff that left 275 people dead. But whatever happens with that investigation, the future still looks rosy for Boeing. The company projecting air travel will increase by more than 40% in the next 5 years, which it expects to drive orders for new aircraft. The first direct flight from the U.S. to Greenland by an American airline in decades landed in the capital city of Nuuk Saturday. The United flight from Newark took about 4 hours to get there. It's the first direct passenger service between the U.S. and the Arctic island for nearly 20 years. Looking at the week ahead, May retail sales numbers on Tuesday. Consensus is that consumer spending was down 0.6%. And Wednesday, we'll hear from the Federal Reserve about interest rates. It's expected to keep them at 4.5%. I'm Dave Packer, ABC News.
Stock futures are a bit ahead this morning. The Dow futures up 151, NASDAQ futures gaining 107, S&P futures, they're up 25. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. We're going to notice on 24 both directions this morning that there's some road work at the westbound I-840 off-ramp. And it's blocked off in both directions this morning. Careful as you're driving through there. Also, Antioch, a crash. The right lane, exit lane is blocked off at 24 westbound before Hickory Hollow Parkway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you. My name is Dan. How are you? Joan's here. Good morning, Joan. Mason Fleming is producing this morning. Thank you, Mason, as always.
A rare Mason sighting in the morning.
I'm happy to be here.
A rare Mason sighting in the morning, especially, Joan,
Yeah.
on time. Totally kidding, Mason.
Hey,
I'm totally kidding.
Starting early, Mason.
Hey.
What?
By the way, we all love Mason Fleming. You know what's funny, though? And then I'm going to get to business because there's a lot of business to get to. What one word most describes Super Talk 99.7 WTN? Now, I'm going to answer for all of us because I'll be the one to get in trouble. The word error. So, Joan, if you try to watch WTN TV right now,
Yeah.
over is that my left shoulder on screen? I don't even know.
Yeah.
So my left shoulder, you
look
got the
at
big
that.
WTN logo, and there's
Yeah.
a big error screen right there over the logo.
If you juxtapose your head right over it, Dan, we won't even notice it.
Oh, that's okay. You know what? I think it's kind of funny, to be perfectly honest. I think it's kind of funny. So we'll just let the big error message over the Super Talk 99.7 WTN logo, we'll just let it bask in its glory. So there you go. We are trying to fix it, by the way.
Yeah, I'm working on fixing it here in the background.
I think, didn't IT fix something over the weekend, and now we have the error message? I'm totally
Yes,
kidding, IT. They get upset when I start bagging on the company. I'm not bagging on the company. I'm not. So we're trying to fix it. It's all fine, well, and good.
Yeah.
All right, very good. By the way, did you hear they canceled Bonnaroo?
Yes, I did.
So we'll talk about that at 5:35, because when I heard that they canceled Bonnaroo, the first thing I thought of was Joan Jones. Hey, Joan, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Don't call for the cancellation of Nashville's morning news.
Okay.
Could you just do us all a favor? Did Joan call for the
didn't
cancellation
wish.
of WTN TV, and now there's a big error
Yeah.
message?
I didn't wish for it.
Oh, yes, you did, actually. Joan, I can pull the audio. From Thursday, Friday, you were like, I wish it would be canceled.
I just didn't like all the traffic and the noise.
Yeah.
I sound so old when I talk like that.
You do.
Yeah.
Mason, it's okay. Joan is, on a front lawn screaming to the clouds. All right, moving right along. 5:09 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. If you want to see the comical error message on the WTN logo, feel free. Watch us on YouTube and also Facebook, X, 997WTN.com as well. We're going to get into a lot today. We do have, I've got a really funny story about something that happened on Friday when Murphy and I went down to the Kilmar Abrego Garcia Appreciation Day down at the Fred Thompson Federal Building, whatever it is. Really funny thing happened. Has nothing to do with Phil Williams, by the way, but something else really funny happened. We'll talk about that coming up at 5:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Among the stories, because I've got a lot of them this morning, Israel and Iran, they continue to bomb each other. As a matter of fact, Israel, you know what I've noticed is that Israel, they are going after, stop me when you've heard this before, Israel is going after military sites, strategic military sites. Iran is bombing neighborhoods. So I don't know if it's just that Iran isn't as sophisticated as Israel with their equipment or their radar, or it's just that is something that Iran typically does. But anyway, we'll talk about that. Benjamin Netanyahu had a lot to say. There's a big story out there today, and I don't know if you've heard of it yet, but Word is, according to some stories, some reporting is saying that Israel came to Donald Trump with a very credible plan to take out Iran's supreme leader. So Benjamin Netanyahu goes to Donald Trump and says, we have a plan to assassinate Iran's supreme leader. But apparently Israel said, we're not going to do it without your permission or your okay. And Donald Trump, according to the sources, Donald Trump said no. We're going to get into that story and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I do want to get to the Minnesota assassinations because there is, and I need some audio here if I could, Mason. So we have, of course, the very latest is that the guy who allegedly shot these two lawmakers, two of them, a man and a woman, the female lawmaker and her husband to death, and then he went and killed another, I should say shot another couple. They are wounded, and they've now caught him. Bolter, is that the official pronunciation? Vance
Yes.
Bolter? Okay. 57 years old. He was arrested last night for the murders of Democratic State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, and the attempted murder of Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. Now, the question is, I'm just going to get this out of the way right now. Originally, he was described as a Democrat. Now, it turns out, supposedly, dude was a Trump supporter, according to his roommate. This is the audio.
Did he talk much about Trump? And what did he say, if so?
I was a Trump supporter. Voted for Trump. You like Trump? I like Trump.
All right, so there you go. So all day today, you are going to hear that this guy was a Trump supporter. He was registered apparently as a Republican way back, I think it was Oklahoma, way back in, I think, 2004. In Minnesota, they don't actually list folks' political leanings. You don't register as a Republican or a Democrat. It's open primaries. So we don't really know exactly what this guy's political proclivities are, except for what the roommate says, which is that he was a Trump supporter. They say that they found approximately 70 potential targets in this car used by Vance Bolter, including a bunch of Democrats such as Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar, and others. And by the way, he was also, as you folks probably know, he was on these boards appointed by Tim Walz and a previous Democrat governor. Now, one of the things that folks will point out is that typically those boards, they are bipartisan. So people are saying, okay, he was a Trump supporter, but he was more independent. I don't know. But the bottom line is whether dude is a Republican, whether he is a Democrat, whether he's an independent, what he did in killing this Democratic State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband is horrific. Democrat, Republican, independent, doesn't matter. Some are saying that when you, people that know him, apparently when you look at some of his leanings, some are saying that he was a rabid pro-lifer. That's what people are saying. I don't know if this has been proven with certainty as of yet, but I'm seeing that they say that on this list of all of these people that he wanted to take out, there were a bunch of abortion providers, pro-choice people on the list as well. And so it goes on and on. By the way, one of the lawmakers, this Melissa Hortman, remember that early on in the investigation, as she's the one that was killed, she had just voted to revoke health care coverage for illegal aliens. She was the only Democrat to do so there in the state of Minnesota. So the early reporting was that he was obviously somebody who was angry because that was her vote. And that's why people thought, well, she must be, the killer must be an illegal, somebody who doesn't, who wants illegal aliens to come into the state of Minnesota and so forth. So there's this big question as far as whether or not he was a Trump supporter, whether he was independent and so forth. Again, for me, what he did was horrific. From a political standpoint, you can bet that the media is going to jump onto this as, oh, he's a Donald Trump supporter. Look, it's open season on Democrats. So just know that is going to be part of the conversation today. Also, guy had like a wife and 5 kids, and he had a big house apparently, but he also had a roommate. And so one of the questions that people are asking is, okay, well, why did this guy have a roommate and he was, living in this rented home with this roommate? Well, from what I understand, he rented that room with this guy that he knew for years and years and years because of the fact that he needed to be close to work a couple of days a week. So that's that part of the story too. So there's a lot to this story. We'll continue to talk about this straight ahead. 5:16. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Got a crash in Antioch on the westbound side of 24 this morning. It's before Hickory Hollow Parkway exit 60, and we're told that the right exit lane is now blocked off. This is a tractor trailer that went off the roadway, and there are wreckers on the scene right now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:16. Today is supposed to get, I guess, some rain, Joan, and a high of 85 today?
Something like that. Yep.
Something like that? Okay. Do we have a timeline for the rain?
I'm hearing that there's a slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon, and then thunderstorms are likely this evening.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Joan. 5:17. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so again, they caught the guy in Minnesota. He has now been apprehended. Vance Bolter, 57 years old. He was arrested last night. Is a Republican or a Democrat? His roommate says that he was a Trump supporter. The original reporting was that he was a disgruntled Democrat going after this other Democrat, again, Melissa Hortman. She had just voted to remove health care coverage for illegal aliens in the state of Minnesota. So the thinking was that he was an angry Democrat going after someone who had voted against really the party line regarding illegal aliens and getting health care in the state of Minnesota. So now the media, again, more than likely is going to make a big deal about the fact that this guy was supposedly a Donald Trump supporter. I haven't seen anything else other than the roommate, and I don't know if you've seen any, Joan. Have you seen anything other than the roommate indicating that this guy was a Donald Trump supporter?
No, just him. There's just so many questions with this story.
Yeah, there are.
Like a ton.
Yeah.
And that whole thing about that he had a family, he was 50 minutes away from his job.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a place that he lived away from his family. I live an hour away from my job, and I commute every day. I don't know. I feel like 50 minutes, it really isn't that much.
No, it's not.
And he's got a farm and a family.
I don't know what he did for a living. Do we know what he did for a living?
See, that's all kind of weird, too, because some reports say that he was a preacher. Some say that he had a security company. But his roommate...
And he had this obsession about Africa.
Yes, and that's where he was seen on stage, preaching.
Right. Right. He had this whole thing with Africa where he, I guess, wanted to help the people of Africa. He had a business that was revolved around business in Africa. So that was a big part of his life.
Yes.
And so I don't know. You're right, Joan. There's a lot of questions. Again, this longtime friend reiterating.
I just want you guys to just not say crazy right winger gone nuts and that was all he is. It just bothers me. That's his legacy. But I knew him all my life.
So there you go. And then he broke down and started crying. He had a bunch of No Kings flyers in his car. At least that's what some of the reporting was.
Well, there were photos of that.
But yeah, photos.
Yeah.
And so, but now, let's face it, anything can be photoshopped. So
sure.
I don't even know if that part of the story is real or not now.
And, there's a manifesto, and it's necessary. Don't mess around with it like the Covenant story. Get the manifesto out.
Yep.
Because in the void of any real actual information, people are just going to interject their ideas and their ideology.
Yeah.
They need to be very specific about what happened with this guy.
Well, they won't release it. This is what the local authorities say.
We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough. We have been, this is a very active and fluid investigation. Throughout the day, as you've been waiting and these teams have been out working out in the field, and they have been gathering more documents and information, so it would be premature for me at this point to really say exactly what the motivation might be from these writings, but we will be continuing to work on that and provide that information when we're able.
By the way, some people also saying that guy is actually a leftist trying to make it seem like Republicans did this. Republicans, a lot of Republicans swear this guy is actually a Democrat because of the fact that he was appointed to 2 boards by Democrat governors. And Democrats say that he's a Republican, Donald Trump supporter, because he was a registered Republican like 20-something years ago. And again, that he had a list full of mostly Democrats who were pro-choice and all that. So I don't know. We'll watch but you're right about the manifesto. You're absolutely right about the manifesto. I don't know why they wouldn't release it.
Yeah. Well, we don't know why they wouldn't release the Covenant shooting either.
I know.
So.
Yeah, because and when you don't do that, then you automatically, at least I automatically believe that there is some sort of a cover-up. By the way, the other thing, his wife was stopped with guns and ammo and like $50,000 in cash and their passports. Did you see that part of the story?
I did not.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And nobody was arrested. I mean, it's not illegal to carry, I'm assuming the guns were real, not real, legal, legally obtained and registered and all that. So she had a bunch of guns. It's not illegal to carry guns. It's not illegal to carry cash, thousands of dollars in cash in your none of that is illegal. Seems a little sus.
Yeah.
With everything that's been going on. But, I mean, no arrests were made. And she was in the car with several other relatives as well. So, I don't know. That's the latest on Minnesota.
Crazy stuff in Minnesota.
Yeah. We don't know what's going on. I mean, right now, there's nothing but, guessing going on.
Yeah.
And so we'll just, as the news continues to break, we'll continue to tell you what's going on there. It is 5:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 5:30. Hey, Joan.
Yeah, we got an update from Israel this morning where Iranian missiles continue to rain down. Also, still waiting on that decision on whether to release Kilmar Abrego Garcia before his federal trial begins. We've got those stories and more coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I just posted a video. You know, this goes right along the line. Joan, we were talking last week about how it's almost become one of my favorite things to do on social media, which is when you see people just absolutely frothing at the mouth, ticked off at the police and the law enforcement, and how they're yelling at them, they're blocking the roadway and all of these other things, where then law enforcement will basically shove them out of the way, pick them up, throw them onto the sidewalk, whatever it is. And it's just a little satisfying. And so I just posted video of a guy, I think it was in Los Angeles, where this dude goes up to a cop on a horse. And he is screaming at the cop. And basically, he's like, it eye level with the horse. And granted, I don't think horses are as mean as zebras, but I mean, you can spook a horse. And you could spook a horse very simply and very easily. So they push this guy. The cop comes up and he pushes the guy right out of the way. And he, of course, falls backwards into the crowd. And then everybody starts screaming about the violent police. Oh, my Lord. Anyway, so if you want to follow me on X, please do at Dan Manda Show, and would love to. Joan, I'm almost at 10,000 followers on X.
No way.
I'm almost at 10,000. I'm a couple of hundred off.
Wow, good for you.
I know. Am I going to have to pull out the, hey, Jones will, do a cheer if we get to, no, I'm not going to do that to you this time.
No, you won't.
You know what, for his ego, let's start unfollowing Dan. Let's
my
move backwards.
God. I got a funny story about that. Actually, it's all coming up next on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Aerial attacks between Israel and Iran continued overnight, marking a fourth day. U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, reported some minor damage to the American Embassy branch office in Tel Aviv last night due to what he called concussions of Iranian missile hits nearby. Huckabee saying that there were no injuries among U.S. personnel. American diplomatic offices in Israel remain closed alongside a shelter-in-place order for U.S. personnel. There is a terrible story out of Madison this morning. A mother and her 5 children shot by that woman's boyfriend, 26-year-old Jovian Smith. Police say that the couple got into an argument while the woman was driving the family on Sunday. She pulled to the side of the road. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams picks it up from there.
Investigators saying that she was able to pull over, and that's when police say Smith shot her multiple times. She then ran to a nearby home for help. As this happened, police telling us that Smith turned the gun on that woman's 5 children, shooting them multiple times. One of those children, a 4-year-old girl, died from her injuries.
Smith is in jail on a $2.6 million bond. We are still waiting for a judge's decision on whether to release Kilmar Abrego Garcia while he awaits trial on human trafficking and conspiracy charges. Prosecutors say he made $100,000 a year smuggling people into the U.S., including children, and that he is a flight risk. But his lawyers disagree. Now, even if he is released by the judge, Abrego Garcia would be detained by Homeland Security. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So a couple of spots on 24 this morning are a mess. We've got at Antioch 24 westbound side before Hickory Hollow Parkway. That's where that tractor trailer went off the road, and they've got wreckers on the scene trying to pull it out. So you've got the right lane, the right exit lane blocked off on 24 westbound at Hickory Hollow. Also in Glencliff on 24, the westbound side at Briley Parkway South, that's a one-car crash. The right shoulder is blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones is here. Mason Fleming as well. And good morning to you for your Monday, June 16th. Hope you are doing well. All right, so really funny thing happened. You know, Murphy Show and I, Joan and Mason, we went to the Kilmar Abrego Garcia Appreciation Day.
Yeah.
On Friday. And so I'm walking around. And I'm not going to say who it was, but there's a local member of the media that was there as well. And this has nothing to do with Phil Williams, because that thing kind of blew up over the weekend, but whatever. I'm out of it. But so it's kind of funny because there was this like rabid stench of body odor.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, it was so bad that I actually did a quick pit check. You ever,
oh, yeah.
You ever have to do that? Mason, you ever do that?
Yeah, make sure it's not you.
Make sure it's not me, man. It's like I cake that stuff on. I got to make sure that I'm good.
And it's worse when it's humid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was. Because it's
that's
funny.
A shame.
I posted a photo of me on, taking a picture with all these folks behind me. And people were like, oh, I bet all the leftists smell, right? Well, one of them did. I mean, it was really bad. Well, I didn't go sniffing people. I mean, I
wouldn't put it past you.
I'm not Joe Biden. I'm not a sniffer. But I'll tell you what, man, somebody there was like, I mean, it almost dropped me. You know what I mean? So I did a quick, check to make sure it wasn't me. The guy who we're talking to, local media guy, who apparently is a secret fan of WTN. That's why I'm not naming who it is.
Oh.
But apparently this person is a secret fan of WTN.
Oh.
So we wrap up our conversation. Matt and I are walking away. He literally calls us back and says, by the way, that's not me who smells.
Oh.
And we just start laughing because I'm going to be honest with you. I was like, who the hell is that? You know what I mean? Like, who brought the buffalo? So it was just very funny. And I don't know who it was, but holy mackerel.
Had to clear the air.
I walked away. As we're conversing, I was kind of looking around, and I don't know if I had that look where like, somebody farts in an elevator or whatever, and it's like, oh man. So, and he just, we all just parted ways. And then Matt, I think he admitted the same thing. It was kind of crazy. Matt admitted the same thing, which was, oh yeah, I mean, somebody around here smells. And you could actually, sort of follow the trail.
Oh,
I wasn't that interested, though, in following the trail to see who it was.
But you got a couple steps in and you're like, oh, I could keep walking this way and find a bunch of rotten eggs
or I could walk the other way, which is exactly what I did. So,
smart.
Yeah.
Probably for the best.
So Bonnaroo was canceled. Now, Mason, you don't know this, but Joan last week called for the cancellation of Bonnaroo.
Oh.
Thousands and thousands of people coming to Nashville to enjoy some nice music, some nice calming, relaxing music.
Yeah.
Calming, relaxing is not what I would say.
No.
And it was canceled. And so
Which is nuts.
And so Joan, of course, was out there doing a happy dance. Wow.
That was right after my rain dance.
Yeah, I was about to say, were you summoning the rain that washed it out?
So, but here's the funny thing. They canceled it, and then it didn't rain.
Oh, no, that's not true.
Is it not true? Okay.
So these showers that have come through have been really spotty. in our neck of the woods, it came down just honestly by the bucketfuls. It was so bad for a while.
Yeah.
And I know that in other areas, it didn't seem like it rained at all, but it was really bad in that area.
Okay.
Yeah, we made the bad choice of trying to drive back through it all. And
Oh,
it was,
did you?
Oh, did you try to go to Bonnaroo?
No.
Not
Oh,
Bonnaroo.
goodness, no. No, I was gone. Chris's kids were able to go to church camp this summer, and so I had to go do the work camp for them instead. So I was gone for a week taking care of that for them.
Got it. Okay.
No, I was actually playing music at a church camp this past week, which is kind of cool.
Oh, very cool.
Love that.
So that was fun, but we were driving back from Oklahoma, and a torrential downpour decided to hit us the entire way home.
Yeah.
Added an extra 2.5 hours to our drive.
I wonder how because we had spotty storms on Saturday, the day of the big No Kings protest. And I don't know, I didn't hear, there was some scuffle in Portland. 4 police officers, I believe, were injured. I think somebody ran a car into a crowd.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened in Portland.
Jeez.
I think there was some issues in Seattle. Here in Nashville, I think everything was fine, right? I mean, I haven't heard of anything where there was any
it sounded
violence.
like it wasn't terrible.
Yeah, wasn't terrible. And good. And I wasn't hoping for violence, obviously. So I'm glad that there was no violence here in Nashville. But I don't know if the rain impacted the events or not.
It does tend to
yeah, it does.
quash things a little bit.
It does. Have you noticed, by the way? Oh, go ahead, Joan.
Do you want to hear it like the most incredible hot take I've heard about the rioting in L.A.?
Sure.
So there was a reporter on ABC 7 in L.A. And this is how he described what was going on the streets.
Large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
Well, that's just dumb.
They were just having fun watching cars burn.
That's all. That's all they were doing.
Yeah.
The
I heard that over the weekend. I thought some things are just like totally beyond words.
Well, here's the deal. And we covered this extensively last week. Their narrative is that if you actually bring in law enforcement, it causes more violence.
Yeah.
And that's just dumb. It's just, is there anybody that actually believes that? By the way, a buddy of mine went out and got some audio from the protests in Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to hear one of the really epic statements from one of the people there at the protest?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see if you can figure this out.
No one is free until everyone is free.
No one is free until everyone
is
free.
Okay.
So what does that even mean? Like, so does she want the prisons to be emptied so that we can have just a bunch of people, a bunch of criminals just released back into the streets? Is that what she wants?
Apparently.
This is what she said again.
And then
no one is free until everyone is free.
No one is. Well, and the other thing, you got all these people, at the protest on Friday where it's like, free Kilmar. And it's like, but you know what he's being charged with, right? So it just doesn't make any sense. What were you going to say, Joan?
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't have anything.
You sure? Because I can just play this again.
No one is free until everyone is free.
Yeah, whatever. I had a good conversation with a little woman over the weekend.
The little woman being
my wife.
Your wife.
Yes.
Yes.
And she's getting littler all the time. She's lost a lot of weight. So Daily Mail, this is the headline. And I thought it was interesting. I just had this conversation with Amy. ICE raids and riots leave young Americans mocked for their dramatic take on protests. So here's what's happening on the socials, right? Do you follow any, I don't know, Joan, skincare influencers, maybe people that, talk about hair, weight loss, anything like that?
Somewhat.
So what's happening on the socials is that people that have nothing to do with politics are suddenly having, as you mentioned, hot takes on what Trump is doing with illegal immigration. So part of what's going on, and Amy is really frustrated because part of what's going on is you have people that specialize in like hair and makeup and clothes and weight loss and whatever, And they're now talking about illegal immigration.
Ugh, gosh.
I know.
And generally, they're the most ill-informed people. You know, if you're not involved in it daily, and if it's not your life, if politics isn't your life or news isn't your life, you're getting like weird takes on what's happening.
Oh, you mean like...
No one is free until everyone is free.
Exactly.
You mean kind of like that?
Yeah.
So here's one. You want to hear one?
Sure.
If you're white and you see an ICE raid happening and you don't get involved, I think you are a P word. Ends in Y. And I don't respect you at all, says one influencer.
Okay.
And Joan, you hit the nail on the head where you have people that are so incredibly uninformed as far as both sides go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
like the really easy take is, oh, ICE is bad, Orange Man bad, Trump is bad, and everybody should be able to stay. That is such an easy take. And then everybody loves you. Everybody loves you when that is your take. I mean, everybody within your sphere of influence.
Right.
Because they don't know any better. Because they specialize in hair and nails and weight loss. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have their right to speak and they can do what they want with their channel. Most certainly. I mean, but here's the thing, and this is what Amy and I were talking about, is that you have cultivated a following with the promise that you are going to talk about hair and nails and makeup and weight loss. Not things like, if you support ICE, if you support this current administration, if you think anything that's going on in the U.S. is good for the country, I don't think you're very pretty, and I don't think you're very smart, says Miami influencer Sydney Michelle. That's a hot take.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that as somebody who has been in the crowd of folks that don't support ICE and don't support the current administration, well, a lot of those folks aren't very pretty either. And a lot of those folks, to be honest, they're not very smart.
No one is free until everyone is free.
And some of them smelled.
It would be like you having something to say about hair care, right?
Yes, Joan, that's exactly.
I mean, that's no diss on you. That's like,
no, that's
I
true.
mean, or having something to say about the good qualities of lipstick.
Well, it's almost like, you know what? You have your right to free speech, and that's all fine, good, and well. But I also think that people should stay in their lane, because if for example, I came on the air after cultivating the audience that I have had and that I have over the past, 11 and a half years here, but over 40 years in conservative talk radio, reporting and all that. If I suddenly decided that I was going to start talking about hair care and makeup and all that kind of stuff, well, people would rightfully be angry, because that's not why people are going to their channel. So I'm wondering if these people are getting paid.
Oh.
Right?
Yes.
Because remember on Friday, I actually played audio of all of these different influencers, and their message all sounded eerily familiar.
Yes.
One woman said she was ashamed to have purchased a shirt with an American flag on it. She says, I accidentally bought an American flag shirt today, and I'm going to go return it because I wasn't even thinking. I mean, number one,
how do you accidentally buy an American flag shirt? Like, that's a stupid premise to begin with.
Well, you're dealing, Joan, with people that say,
no one is free until everyone is free.
No one is free until
Point
everyone
taken.
is free.
Yeah.
So there you go. Another one. With what's going on in our country right now, trash. I'm not wearing that, she says about the shirt. People are literally getting seized and deported without the freaking due process. Well, they're getting due process. Number one, that's all being worked out in the courts. But again, not to continue to say the same thing for the past several weeks or months, but where was your concern about due process when our border was being crashed, right? I mean, that's part of the dynamic. But Amy was really irritated with this. And just take out, even if somebody agreed with me, if I'm going for hair care or, nails or whatever it is, and somebody starts spouting politics, even if they agree with me, I've got a perfect example, as a matter of fact. There's a guy that I used to watch him all the time. And he would talk about music. He would talk a lot about one of my favorite bands, Journey. Well, then he starts spouting off about politics. And he starts spouting off about, vaccinations. He's very much anti-vaccine and all of these other things. And a lot of what he says, if not everything that he says, I agree with. But I don't come to his channel for politics. And so for me, and Amy said the same thing, even if we all agreed, that's not why I come to your channel. And this particular person that I would watch, all the time, I've stopped watching him because he starts going down this road of politics. And you know what? If I'm going to seek out political opinion, if I'm going to speak out and seek out political content, I've got the people that I go for my political content. I wouldn't go to Charlie Kirk for, classic rock conversations.
Right.
Although I'd be willing to bet he'd probably have some pretty good ones.
Yeah.
But people are getting irritated and upset because their favorite influencers are doing stupid stuff. I believe that they're getting paid for it. That's what I think.
I was at a John Mellencamp concert during the Obama administration, and he sat down on his stool on the stage and started going off on politics. And people just booed the snot out of him. Just shut up and play the hits.
Well, do you know my John Mellencamp story?
No.
I had the same experience. I saw him in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And as a matter of fact, it was probably the same tour.
Probably. I bet it was.
And he starts spewing off on politics. Yeah. And I had audio a while ago, this is before you came, where he stormed off the stage because there were people that were saying, play Jack and Diane.
Yes, exactly.
And you know what?
Exactly.
He stormed off the stage like the petulant little child that he is.
Yeah.
And I don't begrudge, you know who, I'll see if I can find it, Peter Frampton, who lives, from what I understand, like 10 minutes from our studios.
Oh.
Peter Frampton started spouting off on some politics. And I didn't know that, Peter Frampton, I didn't know that he was somebody who does a lot of political stuff on his socials, but he started talking about politics and people were like really frustrated with it. Here's the funny thing. If you agree, and this is part of what I've noticed, if you agree with said influencer about their politics, and they're from the left, then you're totally okay. Yeah, speak truth to power, right? But if it's an influencer who happens to have a conservative agenda, well, then the left will tell you to, obviously shut the hell up and all of these other things. But most conservatives have my opinion, which is if this is what you want to do, you go right on ahead, but it might be to your own peril because regardless of what your opinion is, why are people coming to your channel? The audience or the following that you have cultivated, they want to hear about hair and nails and weight loss. They don't want to hear about politics.
Right.
For a lot of people, politics, that is a very specific thing that people seek out. And a lot of people don't want to hear about politics. And especially these days, politics is just, for a lot of folks, it is incredibly repulsive. Especially when people think like this.
No one is free until everyone is free.
Whatever.
Brain trust.
Hey, by the way, did you hear that Justin Jones, did you hear what he had to say out there on Friday?
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Speaking of brain trust.
Yeah.
We'll play that. We've got all the latest on Israel and Iran. That is, there's a lot of big updates on that story for you as well. Super text line is open, by the way, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN at 5:54-ish. I'm on time, I
good
promise.
Enough. Yeah.
I'm on time, I promise. Joan Jones is here with the news at 6. Joan.
We have President Trump's plan to ramp up deportations. And sure, Bonnaroo flooded out. But in West Virginia, conditions are so much worse because of heavy rain. We've got that story for you, too, coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Police say
Good morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Want to let you know that on 24 westbound, you still have the Hickory Hollow Parkway exit lane on the right side blocked off. They're still working on that tractor trailer that went off the road at that exit this morning. We'll have more right after the news. President Trump has announced plans to flood Democrat-run cities, including New York, L.A., and Chicago, with even larger waves of ICE agents to bring about the single largest mass deportation program in history. In a Truth Social post last night, the president said, quote, "These cities use illegal aliens to expand their voter base, cheat in elections, and grow the welfare state, robbing good-paying Americans of benefits from hardworking American citizens. Just last week, President Trump warned that changes would be coming. A Fort Campbell soldier killed in a helicopter training accident last week has now been identified as 40-year-old Chief Warrant Officer Dustin Wright. The 101st Airborne Division said that the incident occurred during a routine attack aviation training mission inside the Fort Campbell training area. Another pilot suffered minor injuries. Heavy rain in Appalachia yesterday has killed at least 5 people in West Virginia, including a 3-year-old child. The governor there says several more people are missing.
Parts of West Virginia under a state of emergency after flash floods swept through the northern part of the state. Ohio County saw up to 4 inches of rain in less than half an hour, destroying homes, washing out roads, and submerging cars. In Fairmont, one woman desperately trying to escape with her 1-year-old daughter.
1 second I was washing dishes, the other minute I'm swimming down the hallway with my child.
Now residents who lost everything are left to pick up the pieces.
That's ABC's Rhiannon Alley. There is more rain on the way in Fairmount, West Virginia. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stock futures rose overnight amid investors' concerns about the global economy. At the close of trade Friday, the Dow Jones had slid 770 points to 42,197. The Nasdaq and S&P each gave up more than 1% on the day. The national average price of gasoline is up 2 cents from last Monday to $3.14 a gallon. Analysts warn that back-and-forth attacks between Israel and Iran could end up costing you more at the gas pump. When it comes to home sales, it's now the sellers competing for buyers. Real estate brokerage Redfin says there were 500,000 more homes on the market than buyers in April. That's the highest on records going back more than a decade. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures were up with the Dow futures up 183 right now. NASDAQ futures are gaining 133. And the S&P futures, they're plus 30. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Just that spot on 24 this morning, the westbound side at at Hickory Hollow Parkway. That's at exit 60. The crash there, it's a tractor trailer off the road. They do have wreckers on the scene, but one of the lanes, the right lane of that exit ramp, is blocked off right now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm having a hard time confirming this, but somebody sent me it looks like a post from Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You know what it says, Joan?
What?
A huge thank you to all of the No Kings protesters yesterday. I was very concerned a king was trying to take my place, but thanks to your tireless efforts, I am still your president. Great job all. So that is President Trump. I don't know where I checked his True Social.
And it wasn't there.
It wasn't there.
Did he say it during the big parade?
Oh, maybe he did. There's no quotation marks on all of this, though.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Somewhere along the lines, he either posted this or said this, at least according to some folks. And again, I think it's funny. And the other thing is somebody asked me yesterday, over the weekend, so what's the action? You know, what's the point of all of these No Kings protests? Like, what's the call to action?
It was diverting attention. It wasn't really anything else.
I was sort of like, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't really even know what the call to action is. Because, you know, every good movement has a call to action.
Correct, yes.
I will say that, and I pointed out to my friend, well, we had our movement as conservatives back when we voted in November. Because, you know, some people are like, oh, look at this turnout. Oh, Trump is going to, or the Republicans are going to get their butts kicked in the midterm elections and in the next presidential election. You know, this is sort of an indicator as to, you know, how well the Democrats are going to do. No, it's not. Because remember, we saw all of this before in the last presidential cycle, where the media, they were playing up all of these protests. They were playing up, oh, do you see how many thousands of people are showing up for Kamala Harris's, events and all of these things? And well, we all know what happened, right? So to me, I don't know what the call to action was. I don't know what the end result of all of these, No Kings protests is going to be about. But here's the deal. If Donald Trump was a king, he never would have allowed it. You know, on Friday, I thought it was the dumbest thing when I went out to the protests here in Nashville, and you have some of these people saying that Donald Trump is trying to destroy their freedom of speech. You're at a protest. You've got your signs. You've got your really bad sound equipment. So please tell me, how exactly is it that Donald Trump is taking away your freedom of speech and your right to protest? He's not. By the way, everybody's favorite village idiot on Friday decided to, if you're a conservative, decided to spout off about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Justin Jones, he was there apparently watching the arraignment of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And so, of course, he did what he always does, because remember, with Justin Jones, it is all about what? With Justin Jones, it is all about clicks. And it's all about his narrative, not actually what is reality. So he had the play-by-play, and Justin Jones, he said it all started with the deportation and then the bringing back by the Trump administration of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Jones.
The Trump administration responded by filing criminal charges against him, a man, a father who has never been convicted of a crime or even a misdemeanor, drumming up these politicized charges to characterize him as dangerous.
All right, so this is a typical talking point on the left and by social media, people like Justin Jones as well, a state representative. So let's go through this. Justin Jones calls Kilmar Abrego Garcia a man, well, correct, a father, correct, but neither of these two descriptors actually mean anything. Men and fathers do bad stuff. But let me ask you this, Justin Jones. What kind of man beats his wife.
I have pictures of the evidence, like all the bruises. He hit me like around like 3 a.m. He would just wake up and like hit me. Before I went to my daughter's birthday party, he slammed me 3 times because he hit me in front of my sister.
So forgive me if I'm a little cynical that his wife came all the way from Maryland to Tennessee to watch his arraignment as opposed to attend her son's kindergarten graduation, which was in the news. But you know, it is interesting because this post from Village Idiot Justin Jones, at least to me, it was completely missing any and all facts. So let's go through the facts. What did the grand jury say? Now, the grand jury, that's not full of, Trump supporters or right-wing Republicans. No, it's a bunch of folks on a grand jury. And so what did the grand jury say? That there was enough evidence to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia to trial for his due process. Conspiracy to transport undocumented migrants, transporting gang members, MS-13 gang affiliation, smuggling of firearms, money laundering, all of that. The Justin Jones and the Democrats and all of those people out there at the protest either on Friday or the No Kings protest on Saturday, nobody really wanted to talk about. Attorney General Pam Bondi also accusing Kilmar Abrego Garcia of soliciting nude images from minors. She also accused him of being involved in the murder of a rival gang member's mother. Now, those last two, look, if there's evidence to that, then they need to bring charges as well. But maybe that'll happen at a later time. Who knows? But for Justin Jones, who cares about the facts when he's got social media to build and a narrative to peddle?
Drumming up these politicized charges to characterize him as dangerous, which, as the defense attorney said, should be viewed through the lens of skepticism and suspicion. The corroborating, witnesses they brought are coincidentally being offered deals in exchange for their testimony. They have conflicting testimony. We know that this is an attempt to smear him, to attack him, because it's a distraction from the crime that this U.S. government committed under the Trump administration, violating his due process, and subjecting him to cruel and unusual punishment in a foreign prison. We know that this trial is a politicized trial, and it's the weaponization of the government against one man.
So there you go. Justin Jones. By the way, you see this headline? Actually, I don't have time now. I'm going to do this headline coming back because I openly laughed at all of this. And here's the thing. When you go out there and you start talking to folks at these kinds of protests, they really don't have any facts. They really don't see that there are two sides to this case. There is their side, which is, there's no due process, which I thought was kind of funny because literally Kilmar Abrego Garcia was getting his due process in the building right next to the protest. And so they just, I honestly believe that they like to come out and they like to hold their signs and they like to, do their silly chants. But the reality is that they don't understand everything that's been going on. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Take this down. That's Jay Harper doing the news on Friday. I'm not sure why that was.
Yeah, that threw me for a little bit of a loop there.
Interesting.
Hey, Joan, you want to tell us how the traffic's doing? Anything
Sure.
going on?
Yeah, well, it's just that spot on 24, same spot. At Hickory Hollow Parkway, there's that tractor trailer that went off the road, so they've blocked off a right lane, and it's causing a backup onto 24, so be careful in that area. That's it.
All right, so we don't know why that happened. Is that just an issue there with the computer?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was looking at it, and everything's updated properly, so I don't know why that played weird.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
We'll have a long conversation with
It's not Jay's fault.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not Jay's fault.
Talk to whoever is.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, all right. So there's this headline. Wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia missed son's kindergarten graduation.
I want that claim checked out.
To be in Tennessee for arraignment. Do you want that claim checked out?
I do.
Tell me why. Like, I'll give you my hot take, but what's your...
Well, my hot take is, first of all, she's in Tennessee. Her family is in Maryland. How'd she get there?
Right.
And secondly, this whole notion of, oh, my poor baby is graduating today and I'm not there. It's always a convenient story.
Yes.
With the left that it's a terrible day for me to be here because of this.
Well, she also had a choice in the matter.
She had a choice,
She didn't have to come out here and stand by her gang member husband. This is the story. Because when I saw this story, it's like, will you stop it? WSMV. The wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia says she had to miss her son's kindergarten graduation for her husband's arraignment on human smuggling charges at a federal court in Nashville Friday. During the arraignment, Abrego Garcia pleaded not guilty to the human smuggling charges. Before the arraignment, protests and counter-protests were held in Nashville. Abrego Garcia's wife participated in the demonstration and spoke. Here's what she said. Our family should never have been in this situation, she says. We should be with our children. I'm here in Tennessee, but my heart is in Maryland with my kids. Our son, Kilmar Jr., is right now in his kindergarten graduation. That is going on right now. And instead, my son is alone on his big day. Well, I would say to the wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, that's a you problem. That was your decision. You decided to put your husband over your child. I mean, whatever. All I'm saying is that there seems to be this effort to make her some sort of a sympathetic figure. But here's the deal. I don't think she should be a sympathetic figure. I think that she married the wrong guy. I mean, listen, she's the one that said.
I have pictures of the evidence, like all the bruises. He hit me around 3 in the morning. He would just wake up and hit me. Before I went to my daughter's birthday party, he slammed me 3 times because he hit me in front of my sister.
So you stayed with the guy that beats you up. You literally said that to a judge, that you had mountains of evidence that your husband, who you put over your child, who is apparently graduating kindergarten, congratulations, it's a big thing. You chose to come to Tennessee instead. So I don't feel sorry for her. And for local media to try to play this up, because I saw that headline everywhere, it's like, oh, please, just stop it. By the way, I heard you mention this, Joan. Apparently, Donald Trump appears to be calling for more ICE raids on Truth Social.
Yes.
So this was last night. It's really long. Like, he was thumbing away. Basically, here's what he said, because you could only read a little excerpt. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to read this whole thing. Our nation's ICE officers have shown incredible strength, determination, and courage as they facilitate a very important mission, the largest mass deportation operation of illegal aliens in history. He says every day the brave men and women of ICE are subjected to violence, harassment, and even threats from radical Democrat politicians. But nothing will stop us from executing our mission and fulfilling our mandate to the American people. ICE officers, he says, are herewith ordered by notice of this truth to do all in their power to achieve the very important goal of delivering the single largest mass deportation program in history. Now, is that like some sort of legally binding when you post it on Truth as opposed to filing legislation? I don't know. He says, in order to achieve this, we must expand efforts to detain and deport illegal aliens in America's largest cities, such as Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, where millions upon millions of illegal aliens reside. These and other such cities are the core of the Democrat power center. That's true. Where they use illegal aliens to expand their voter base, cheat in elections, and grow the welfare state, robbing good-paying jobs and benefits from hard-working American citizens. Trump saying these radical left Democrats are sick of mind, hate our country, and actually want to destroy our inner cities. And they're doing a good job of it. There is something wrong with them, Trump says. This is why they believe in open borders, transgender for everybody, and men playing in women's sports. And that is why I want ICE, Border Patrol, and our great and patriotic law enforcement officers to focus on our crime-ridden and deadly inner cities and those places where sanctuary cities play such a big role. You don't hear about sanctuary cities in our heartland. Well, you do on talk radio. So he just basically saying to ICE, FBI, DEA, ATF, the Patriots at the Pentagon and the State Department, you have my unwavering support. Now go get the job done, DJT. So he's calling for an expansion of all of this. He says, this is why I've directed my entire administration to put every resource possible behind this effort. And he wants to reverse the tide of mass destruction migration that has turned our idyllic towns into scenes of third world dystopia. I'm having a hard time disagreeing with the president in his description of these sanctuary cities. But the problem with these sanctuary cities is oftentimes it is not only the problems of illegal immigration, which are really big problems, but there's also the issue of rampant homelessness, drug abuse. I mean, I could go on, but it's not just about illegal immigration. It is about all of the Democrat policies. So that is Donald Trump, and that is what he was thumbing out. I think was this early this morning, last night, Joan, where he was calling for more deportations?
I think it was late yesterday.
Late yesterday. Mm-hmm. All right, so late on Sunday. So that is no doubt part of the hysteria this morning on the mainstream media. 6:23, and Joan Jones is here with the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, there is a hearing scheduled for today for another case that is very hot here in Nashville. We'll tell you about that one coming up. It's the Justice for Jillian case. Also, pride in the nation's military on display on Saturday. Did you see it? It was pretty amazing. We've got that and more coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.623, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Tony from Cabinet Solutions is here. Tony, always great to have you on. And just so you folks know, I love Cabinet Solutions. You guys did a great job on my bathroom cabinets. And so let's talk about what Cabinet Solutions can offer folks listening.
Well, Dan, did you get your plumbing hooked up on that vanity yet?
Plumbing is hooked up, and now we just got to get the mirror.
Awesome. Good deal. You got to look at yourself.
Well, I try not to, but that's a whole nother story. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I just want to let your listeners know it's a good thing to go to mycabinetsolution.com and just look around, browse, see what you can see there. There's several different types of room cabinets there, closets, entertaining spaces, kitchens, laundries, baths, just cabinets for the whole house. Maybe you want to do something different in your house, you don't know what. That's a good place to start, just to kind of look around and see what everybody else has done. They can see the kind of work that we've done and just get some good ideas.
Well, thing I like about Cabinet Solutions, Tony, is that you folks have cabinets and a whole lot more for all budgets and all styles. Talk about how can people find you on the website?
Well, if they'll go to mycabinetsolution.com, they can go to the Contact Us tab. And there's a form there they can fill out, quick and simple. That goes directly to me, and then I will get back with them, and we'll get their project started.
All right, Tony, always great to talk to you. And, again, I love my cabinet. My cabinet's from Cabinet Solutions. And if you want to find Tony online, it's My Cabinet Solution, no S, mycabinetsolution.com.
Good morning. It is 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Still working that scene on 24 westbound this morning at Hickory Hollow Parkway. Got the right exit lane blocked off, and that may be causing some stop-and-go traffic on 24 itself. Be careful out there. The suspected Minnesota killer will make his first court appearance this morning. Vance Bolter was arrested overnight. Police saying the 57-year-old still had the weapon that police believe he used to kill State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, and to wound State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. He had it with him. He was tracked down after being spotted on a trail camera by one of his neighbors. A hearing is scheduled for today to decide if a man accused of shooting a Belmont student is competent to stand trial. It was in the fall of 2023 that Shaquille Taylor aimed a gun at a moving car, and he's accused of killing 18-year-old Jillian Ludwig, who was jogging nearby. Her friend attended yesterday's Justice for Jillian rally in Nashville.
During their whole grief process, they've been having to fight, and I just cannot imagine the pain and the stress that they're feeling at the same time. No parent, no friend, no sibling should go through that ever.
Now, before Jillian's murder, Taylor was found incompetent to stand trial for an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, but not incompetent enough to be hospitalized. Pride in the nation's military was on display on Saturday at the U.S. Army's 250th birthday celebration and parade. ABC's Ann Flaherty saying that parade showcased an Army history lesson.
They started with the Revolutionary War. Somebody came in dressed like George Washington on horseback, and then they moved through the wars, and you were able to see, how troops were dressed in the Korean War, for example. In World War II, they had the Sherman tank rambling through the streets. I mean, if you're a history buff, if you're an Army buff, this was really super cool.
Yeah, and there were hundreds of thousands of fans lining the street of D.C. for that parade. It was a pretty big success.
You know what the coolest part of that, Joan?
What's that?
Was when Trump swore in a group of new and re-enlisting Army troops. I've got the end to it, just real quick. I've got the end to it. Listen to this.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life.
Absolutely love it. That is Donald Trump swearing in some troops. Very
Love that.
cool.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Well, that's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. Stick around. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Not going anywhere, Joan, because
Okay.
Matthew Hurt is coming up next. Looking forward to speaking to him. It is 6:33. I'm sorry, I'm a little excited today. Too much coffee today, Joan. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, it is the easiest way to sell your home. You can save time and make the most money and eliminate all the hassle of selling your home this summer. Dan Mandis here. I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends here in Nashville because I can trust that Mark Spain is going to sell their homes hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, with Mark Spain Real Estate, you know that they were ranked on the Inc. 5000 list of the fastest-growing companies in America for now the 8th year in a row. They respond fast, and they are one of the most experienced real estate teams in America, and specifically here in Middle Tennessee. The Wall Street Journal and Real Trends, they have both consistently ranked Mark Spain Real Estate as the top real estate team in America for 8 years in a row, including being ranked the #1 real estate team in the nation for closed transactions for 5 consecutive years. Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in the U.S. with over 13,000 five-star reviews. Find them online, markspain.com. That's markspain.com, 855-299-SOLD. And again, find them online, markspain.com, and start packing.
Well, let's see. We've got that problem on 24 this morning. It's on the westbound side. It's at Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60. And what it is a tractor trailer that went off the road, and they're trying to get it back uprighted again and on the road to clear it away, but they're having a little trouble. So the right exit lane at Hickory Hollow Parkway is blocked off, and it's causing a delay on 24 itself. Also in Burns, Tennessee, this is Dixon County. We've got a crash on 40 eastbound just before I-8. 40, the left shoulder is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Pickett Jones, 636. By the way, in addition to Matthew Hurt coming up and our conversation, have some news about Israel also coming right up. You know, my upstairs bathtub, I've been talking about it. Literally, my upstairs bathtub does have holes in it. It is ugly. It needs a lot of work. Enter my friends at Zentex. Now, if you've got a bathtub that needs work like mine does, Zentex, they have been in business since 2001, and they are here to help you. Now, they can remodel your shower, your bathtub, even convert that bathtub into a walk-in shower. Now, these type of home improvements, they can increase the value of your home, and Zentex, they can have it wrapped up in a day. Zentex is an award-winning company that offers limited lifetime warranties for both their products and their installation. It is a great company. Again, an award-winning company. You can make your bathroom safer with a walk-in shower complete with grab bars and a bench seat for the older folks. Again, this is a great way to help the older folks in your life who need that assist and that support. So fix, remodel, or convert your bathtub into a shower today with Zentex. Call them 629-258-7747, 629-258-7747. A great deal going on right now. You mentioned WTN, you get $1,750 off or no interest for 24 months, whichever works best for you. And also, no payments for 2 years. Find them online, Zintex, Zentex.com. .638, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Headline from the Daily Mail, U.S. aircraft carrier steaming towards the Middle East after Donald Trump issued a threat to Tehran as videos show Iranians chanting death to the Ayatollah in wake of Israeli missile blitz. I want to welcome on into the program Matthew Hurt. Matthew, always great to have you on. So let's talk about a number of things because there's a lot going on with Israel and Iran. One of the things that I find interesting is this story out today that supposedly, and I don't know if this has been confirmed, but I think Reuters had it and Axios had it as well, that supposedly you had Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu going to Donald Trump and saying, we have an opportunity to take out Iran's supreme leader. And supposedly Donald Trump vetoed the idea. And this has caused all kinds of anger and disagreement within, Trump's world and within conservative circles. Number one, do you believe the story? And number two, do you have any thoughts?
Dan, I'm not sure what I believe in this story. I do think that Donald Trump was elected to keep us out of war. And if this conversation took place, this is a situation where he made the calculation that that an escalation to that extent would drag us into something. I am hopeful that whatever Israel is engaged in with Iran is isolated to those two countries. I know France and some other countries have offered to provide aerial support to defend Israel. But this is something I think Trump made one of those art of the deal style calculations, moving into what is unknown and what we cannot quite. It's so baffling, Dan. I can't even wrap my head around it this morning. That's how challenging this is. Understanding, what Israel is engaged in with Iran.
One of the things, and I saw this last night. There's this conversation about whether or not President Trump vetoed such an action by Israel. Number one, Israel is its own country, so Israel's going to do what Israel's going to do. But number two is they spoke about how in this article, I think it was in Politico, but I'm not sure. I read so much. But about how from a foreign wars standpoint, you have a lot of people on the right, including someone like Tucker Carlson, who they are just anti-getting involved in any way, shape, or form. And if Trump does, or anybody within the conservative movement supports Israel trying to take out Iran, well, then you are automatically called a warmonger. You're automatically called the neocon as well, which I'm going to be honest, I think that's a little unfair because, there are some things, and trust me when I say, I'm not one that wants us to get involved in foreign wars at all. But I also don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, this is a great question to play out. Has Iran for decades been an antagonist in the Middle East? Yes. Have they funded operations to target Israel? Yes. Are they, even in this escalation over the weekend, Israel targeted military installations and national security items in Iran, and Iran launched missiles and killed a handful of civilians. It's clear that there is a difference in the way these two countries are engaging in this activity. I also, as a small L libertarian, am generally not in favor of foreign adventurism. So that is just going into countries with no plan and half-heartedly. This is a situation where Israel is a target of its enemies in the Middle East, and Israel is an ally of the United States. So it is in our interest to defend them in situations like this. If, for instance, Iran and some other actors in the Middle East escalate their attacks in the country of Israel.
All right. So here in America, we, of course, had the No Kings protest over the weekend across the country. And, somebody asked me a question over the weekend. I was talking about this in the 5 o'clock hour. And somebody said, all of these protests, what is the call to action? And there is none.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. I drove around Arlington on Saturday, and now Arlington is a place where 79% of voters voted for Kamala Harris. It is deep blue. These individuals are overwhelmingly federal employees or in some auxiliary company, and there was a large presence. We have a state route that runs through the north part of the county called Lee Highway or Langston Boulevard now, and they had pretty well covered several miles of that. But these individuals are leftists. They are they have never supported Donald Trump, and certainly need an instance where they can get out. A lot of the folks who were involved were old Vietnam War era protesters who were just longing for the old days of a good protest. The left has a protest culture. The right does not have as strong a protest culture. We saw it in the Tea Party days. We've seen it in MAGA rallies, but we don't quite see it the way that we see it on the left. They love a good reason to protest, and they were out in force over the weekend.
I wanted to play this for you only because I find it very funny. This was one of these protesters here in Nashville. Listen to this.
No one is free until everyone is free.
No one is free until everyone is free.
No one is free until everyone is free.
It's so nonsensical. Do they even know what they're saying?
Yeah, this is when you get a bunch of folks into a protest or into a group demographic or dynamic, people don't understand either what they're doing or certainly not what they're saying. The people who just show up to kind of see what's going on, you hear lines like this all the time. A lot of the man on the street interviews you see at protests and rallies yield this kind of result. It's not something that is especially surprising to me.
I had a leftist. Hold on, I got to take the traffic. But then I had a leftist send me a warning on social media. I've got that coming up. I want to get your perspective on it. It is 6:45. Matthew Hurt, our grassroots political analyst, is joining us. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather today, a high of 85, possible showers and thunderstorms as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So, Matthew, one of my leftist listeners said, "Oh, Mandis, you better be careful. Look at this turnout across the country, the No Kings rally. You guys are in trouble in the midterms." And my simple response to that person was, Republicans turn out when it matters, like, for example, in November of 2024.
That's a great point, Dan. I think that what we have here is a foundation of energy. It is June of 2025. We've got another, 15, 16 months until the midterm elections. If groups like Indivisible and the others that were behind the No Kings rallies and protests over the weekend, if they're able to continue the momentum by March or April of next year, this could be an energy that would be difficult for Republicans to overcome. However, people do have, and as I've said a ton of times on this program, people have a short political memory and a short attention span. 15 months is a long time from today, and a lot of stuff can happen between now and next October when most voters start cluing in.
I love Donald Trump's response. I was talking about this earlier. Apparently, this was on Twitter. 4702 said, because I was trying to figure out where the heck this happened, but Trump, his response, a huge thank you to all of the No Kings protesters yesterday. He says, "I was very concerned a king was going to take my place, but thanks to your tireless efforts, I am still your president. Great job, all." Very funny. I love, it's just a great, brilliant troll.
That is, Donald Trump has a humor about him, and this is one of those instances. Bravo, Mr. President.
One of the things that I read over the weekend, too, is as organized as the Democrats look right now, there's actually still a lot of disarray going on within the Democrat Party. Talk about what is going on at the national level.
This is a great point. You can't beat someone with no one. And when you run the generic ballot in the midterm elections in 2026, generic Democrat may get close to generic Republican, but you have to have somebody in the seat. There has to be a candidate in the race. Mm-hmm. And the Democrats, they've ousted David Hogg from the Democrat National Committee. There is not a clear leader. In recent polls, Kamala Harris is the person they want to put up for president again. And so the Democratic Party is got a soul search. It doesn't look like they're doing that. You and I have talked about this a number of times. But until they can come up with a message that isn't just we're anti-Donald Trump, a message that resonates with voters and messengers who can carry that message, they are going to have trouble making the case to voters.
One of the things I find interesting with all of this is that you have Republicans, I think by and large, even though there's been some disagreement with Donald Trump over a few things. For example, last week Trump came out and said that he's devising a plan to protect farmers or farm workers. If you remember, I think we talked about this, where the president says, you know what, our farmers are in trouble and need their farm workers. We need to protect those illegal alien farm workers. And he talked about farmers. He talked about, if I'm not mistaken, the hospitality industry. Then, of course, construction is going to raise their hands and say, hello. So you see the president now sort of going back a little bit more towards the middle on illegal immigration. But then what's strange, Matthew, is that he comes out with this big, long proclamation on the socials this morning where he says that it's time to start ramping up the deportations. Is he sending mixed messages?
Yeah, this is a little confusing. I know as been tracking the polls, and an overwhelming majority of Americans want secure borders. They want to stop the flow of illegal immigration. Once you dig into the should people be pulled out of their homes in ICE raids, the numbers dip quite significantly, and that is just a difference in the philosophy or the position and the process. And that's a good question. I think that Donald Trump is paying attention to how the American people react and respond. I think that he's right on a lot of the domestic issues. And sometimes it's in the execution of those issues where the American people lose sight of what he's trying to solve. And so that's the big question, particularly as it pertains to illegal immigration. The polls are overwhelmingly in favor of securing the border and eliminating the criminal element and the threat. But the polls dip when you get into some of the execution of the policy.
You know, it does seem like if the president wanted to protect those workers, hospitality, restaurants, farm workers, whatever. But it seems like what he could very easily do is just fix the broken visa program. I mean, isn't that the solution to that problem?
Look, the visa program is we have a pretty wild immigration system. I know firsthand about visas. We process them as interns at where I work full time. I've got friends who are visa holders. And it is infinitely easier to come across the border illegally than it is to secure a visa. If you want to come to this country, if you want to pay taxes, if you want to contribute to America's greatness, it is infinitely harder to do that than it is to just come across the border. And then we create this subculture and sub-economy of people who are working, many of whom are working. They're getting paid under the table. And then we see situations like we've seen over the last week or so, where people who voted for Donald Trump, business owners, are now seeing their factories and places raided, and a third of their employees are being deported. And so that is where, the hiccup between the complex visa process and creating a black market, essentially, of employees and workers who aren't supposed to be here.
All right, Matthew Hurt, how can people find you on X?
I'm on X at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right, and we'll talk again soon, probably later this week, and always great to catch up. Great analysis as always. It is 6:53. Joan has the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, we've got more on the accused suspect in that shooting in Minnesota. He's been apprehended overnight, and we've got some new details on that coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.53 on Nashville's Morning News. It is June, and so if you decide that you want to buy a new HVAC system and you go through Busy Bee, you are up to win a free trip to the beach. Now, it's a great deal from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You purchase a new AC unit here in June, you are entered to win that free 3-day beach getaway. So you buy the unit, we'll take care of the vacation, including gas, a couple of meals per day, and lodging as well. A winner is going to be announced on Facebook Live. Now, don't forget all of the June specials from Busy Bee. Get those air ducts cleaned out. We're giving a free package upgrade from Busy Bee. You buy the middle tier package, they are going to upgrade you to the deluxe package. How about $500 off select tankless or upright water heaters? $500 off, that's right. Maybe you'd like 15% off of a whole home drain repipe. There's a lot of ways to save from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Check them out online, busybeehvac.com. They definitely want to save you money on your next HVAC unit and so much more. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee HVAC, 615-775-7833. This is my HVAC company, 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. .658, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up next here in the 7 o'clock hour, got a lot going on regarding Israel. That is where we will begin. Benjamin Netanyahu gave a longish interview with Brett Baer from Fox News. We'll talk about that. Also, the very latest as far as what is going on in Israel and Iran as well. There have been updates. I want to play this for you, though, Joan. This is a crazed liberal, and she's really, really ticked off at the No Kings protest. Listen to this. She's really angry with Trump.
So I'm in my beautiful city, LA, and I have friends texting me like all morning. My gardener didn't show up. My housekeeper didn't show up. My farmer's market was closed. Everyone's scared.
Oh, the whore.
Yeah.
Oh, the whore.
Wow.
Her gardener didn't show up. Her housekeeper didn't show up.
How dare
this
they?
Is not going to just happen in LA. And you 1%ers that only voted for Trump because of money? Guess what? You're going to have to do your own dishes. or clean your own house or mow your own lawn and oh, that wonderful produce, the organic produce you get for your brunches, all gone.
There you go.
Unhinged.
Can't have people mowing their own lawns or, doing their own dishes. Anyway, got a lot more straight ahead. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do still have some delays this morning on 24, the westbound side before Hickory Hollow Parkway exit 60. There is still a crash there involving a tractor trailer, but in the meantime, they've got traffic on 24 trying to get off at Hickory Hollow Parkway. It's backed up this morning, and it may stay that way for a while longer. The death toll rising in Israel after a fresh round of airstrikes from Iran overnight. At least 17 people were killed in Israel since Friday, and dozens have been injured. That conflict sparked by the Israeli airstrikes on Iranian nuclear sites. President Trump urging restraint on both sides. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reports from Washington.
Israel's ambassador to the U.S. not ruling out that Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khomeini was a potential target.
Nobody who's threatening the destruction of Israel should be off the target list.
Two U.S. officials tell ABC News Israel told the United States it had a window to kill Khomeini, but President Trump was not on board. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu reportedly urging Trump to join the operation to destroy Iran's nuclear program, but Trump urging restraint.
The suspect, who was accused of shooting two Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses in their homes over the weekend, was arrested late last night.
Overnight, authorities capturing Vance Bolter, the man accused of shooting two Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses, killing two and wounding two others. Authorities arresting the 57-year-old near his farm in the city of Green Isle, finding Bolter with the help of drones and helicopters, saying he was armed but was taken into custody without incident.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey reporting. Now, Bolter was charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder and 2 of attempted murder. Minnesota was the first state, though, to abolish the death penalty. However, the Department of Justice has said to be weighing possible federal charges, and that could bring a death penalty if he is convicted. There's more rain coming through the Nashville area today, and it comes after flash flooding in Sumner County yesterday. Smoky Barn News reporting several vehicles were stranded at Bowling Branch Road. Stick around for today's forecast, which is coming up right after the news. But also in Murray County, Tennessee, Highway Patrol there closing a stretch of Pulaski Highway, or US 31. That was from Bigsbyville Road to Valley Creek Road. It was because of flooding last night as well. They say some trees toppled across the roadway. The highway was reopened about 10:15 last night. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. There were big losses on the markets on Friday, but this morning, things are looking up. The Dow futures are plus 255, NASDAQ futures gaining 170, and the S&P futures are plus 41 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still there, 24 westbound at Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60. It's a crash. It's on the right shoulder. The right shoulder is blocked off, and it's stop-and-go traffic behind it. That crash, by the way, is a tractor-trailer that ran off the road. Bellevue, a crash on Highway 100 at Temple Road. Got another one on Murfreesboro Pike in Antioch. This one is at Morris Gentry Boulevard. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I'm sure you have this, you've seen this, but breaking news, CNN says, although I don't know why this is breaking news. I think he said this yesterday. Maybe he said it again. Good chance that there will be a deal between Israel and Iran, I guess, in the coming days or soon or whatever. So that is what CNN is reporting. He also has posted similar messages on Truth Social as well. So there is a lot going on. The headline, I told you about this just a couple of segments ago. A U.S. aircraft carrier is steaming towards the Middle East after Donald Trump issued a threat to Tehran, as videos show Iranians chanting "Death to the Ayatollah" in wake of the Israeli missile blitz. So in Iran, though, is showing, they say, no signs of backing down. But I think the people of Iran, and we're going to get into this, but, realize there is a difference, and I've spoken about this before, but there is a difference between the people of Iran and those that are the politicians, the rulers of Iran. And the people of Iran, they know how much of a train wreck their country is, and they probably remember, way back in the 70s and in the 80s when Iran was actually a heck of a lot better than it is now. And so there's a lot going on within Iran itself because Israel is just absolutely pummeling the nation of Iran, which, by the way, I believe that Israel should. Benjamin Netanyahu was on with Brett Baer. This was on Sunday.
Because we were facing an imminent threat, a dual existential threat. One, the threat of Iran rushing to weaponize their enriched uranium to make atomic bombs with a specific and declared intent to destroy us. Second, a rush to increase their ballistic missile arsenal into the capacity that they would have 3,600 weapons a year, new weapons, within 3 years, 10,000 ballistic missiles, each one weighing a ton, coming in at Mach 6, right into our cities, as you saw today. And then in 6 years, 20,000. That's no country can sustain that, and certainly not a country the size of Israel. So we had to act. It was the 12th hour. We did act.
Yep. And that is Benjamin Netanyahu. By the way, President Trump also saying it is possible that we could get involved in the Israel-Iran conflict, although what that looks like, I don't know. Iran, by the way, they've never wavered on their opinion that Israel has no right to exist. They've never wavered on their want to assassinate Donald Trump. They're always threatening. They're always funding terrorism. They funded and helped execute the horrible attacks on October 7th. So you got Benjamin Netanyahu, and he is factually correct. They are working on nuclear weapons, and they have said many, many times that they want to destroy Israel. Now, does that mean that we get actually involved in the attacking or the bombing as Israel goes after Iran? Now, we are helping in defending Israel, but we have not taken that next step to go after Iran ourselves. In the mind of Israel, Iran has a gun pointed at their head. So Benjamin Netanyahu says we absolutely had to act. Now, one thing that Bret Baier asked Benjamin Netanyahu was about the intel. I've got to give you some context here about the nuclear weapons, because Bret Baier brought up this moment a couple of months ago from DNI Tulsi Gabbard. This is what she said about Iran and their possible nuclear weapons manufacturing.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
So the official U.S. position, it would appear, has been that Iran has shelved their plans to build nuclear weapons.
Was the U.S. intel wrong?
The intel we got and we shared with the United States was absolutely clear. Was absolutely clear that they were working in a secret plan to weaponize the uranium. They were marching very quickly. They would achieve a test device and possibly an initial device within months and certainly less than a year. That was the intel we shared with the United States. I think we have excellent intel in Iran. I think we've proven that. And that is something that we couldn't possibly accept. Whether it would be 6 months or 12 months or 13 months is immaterial. Once they go that route, it's too late.
Yeah, and here's the deal about Iran, and you folks know this, is that you can't trust them. You just cannot trust them. That's why I say that I disagree with Donald Trump on this as far as trying to negotiate with Iran, because they are a terrorist organization. And the more we make deals, whether it's Israel or America, the more we make deals with Iran, guess what that means? The more money that they have to fund terrorism. Now, right before Israel attacked Iran, the United Nations nuclear watchdog, this was last week, I told you about this, said that Iran was not complying with its nuclear obligations and said that they would open up a nuclear enrichment plant. That's what they said. Iran said, you know what? No, we're not going to cooperate with the nuclear watchdogs. And because you're accusing us of doing all of these things, trying to enrich this uranium and manufacture nuclear weapons, then you know what we're going to do? We're going to open up a new nuclear enrichment plant. And Netanyahu was like, well, that just, justifies everything that we're doing.
We decided to act because we saw enough uranium, enriched uranium, for 9 bombs. And all they had to do was weaponize them. We stopped that. We're attacking their nuclear sites. We attacked their chief nuclear scientists working. It's like Hitler's nuclear scientists. Would you leave them? Of course not. They're a terrorist regime. We can't have Iran have nuclear weapons. And by the way, our intel shows that they intend to give these nuclear weapons to their Houthi proxies and others. And that's nuclear terrorism on a global scale. It threatens everyone. And the last thing is they have plans to develop intercontinental ballistic missiles. Right now, 8,000 kilometers, very soon, just out a little distance, and they can reach the eastern seaboard of the United States. Do you want these people to have nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to your cities? Of course not. Yeah. So we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending the world.
Yeah, and by the way, he's right. I believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is right when he says that by defeating Iran and by doing everything that they possibly can to take away their ability to manufacture weapons, nuclear weapons, etc., the world is safer. And I do agree with him. That doesn't mean that I want to get involved in bombing Iran ourselves. By the way, he also accused Iran of trying to assassinate President Donald Trump twice through proxies. I'm going to get into that and a whole lot more straight ahead. By the way, the super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. By the way, Mason, what is the big, I completely forgot to promote the Daily Dan question on YouTube. If you watch us on YouTube, throw us a bone and like and subscribe to the channel. Watch us on YouTube, X, Facebook, 997 WTN.com. And again, we do have the super text line open as well, 615-737-9986. Remind me, what is the question today, Mason?
A question that brought a lot of controversy as we were starting out today. It's, should Trump have allowed them to kill Iran's supreme leader?
That's right, because part of the news cycle today is supposedly, as the story goes, Benjamin Netanyahu went to Donald Trump and said, we have the ability to take out Iran's supreme leader. And supposedly, according to Reuters and Axios, both say that Donald Trump vetoed that idea. And so what are people saying?
So looking at it earlier today, it kind of started out very, very like 50-50 almost, with people going absolutely yes, should have taken the shot, it would have stopped a lot of stuff, and a lot of people saying no, because of it just could have, it fluctuated everything.
Yeah.
But right now we're sitting at 69% on absolutely, with 31% on no.
Regime change, I'm going to say this, regime change doesn't always work out well in the end. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, or as far as your weather for today, high of 85 and a low of 71. Possible showers around 4 o'clock this afternoon, and appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So the question about Donald Trump's involvement in all of this, and again, we're just telling you the reports are that Trump knew that Israel had already made the decision to bomb Iran while he was imploring Israel not to do it. But I think there's some gamesmanship that is going on here. But one thing he said, and he was right, was that Iran is dangerous. Whether it's Donald Trump, whether it's Benjamin Netanyahu, whether it's some, morning show host in Nashville, Tennessee, Iran is dangerous, and that they fight and they do not give up. And they have proven that time and again, and they have also been proven to be liars. They have proven to be funders of terror. They have proven to proudly oppress their own people, and that supposedly they don't have any nuclear weapons, and supposedly they don't have any nuclear ambitions. Again, I will tell you that is clearly a lie.
Imagine what they'll do if they had nuclear weapons. And I'm always amazed at people who say they care about America and they don't want a war. They're right. This is a forever war that Iran is doing without nuclear weapons. And imagine what they will do if they have them. I think for the security of Israel, America, the world, he must make sure that they don't have these weapons and the means to deliver them. And they're working on both.
Yeah, and that's why Israel is doing what it's doing. Netanyahu, by the way, was pressed on how much the U.S. is doing to help all of this, and if Donald Trump has been willing to discuss helping more. Netanyahu wouldn't budge, but I'm here to tell you there is a lot of pressure right now on Donald Trump to become more involved. This is what Netanyahu had to say.
What I'll say this is that I deeply appreciate President Trump's decision to help in the defense of Israel. American pilots are shooting down drones that are headed towards Israel, as do our pilots. American THAAD missile batteries are helping defend Tel Aviv and greater Tel Aviv area. American Aegis ships are in the Mediterranean. That's all a decision by President Trump, which I deeply appreciate. Again, his decisions on what to do at any given time is the president's decision. I trust his judgment completely.
Yeah, and one of the big questions regarding this interview, one of the big takeaways was the question as to whether or not Israel can reach that underground nuclear facility. Now, this is an underground nuclear facility in Iran where they've got this enrichment. A lot of this enrichment is taking place. And so the problem is that he doesn't have these bunker-busting bombs. You know who does? Donald Trump. That's right. So if Israel cannot reach these underground nuclear facilities, they don't have the capability, but we do, and then we end up giving that capability to Iran, well, then we are going to basically, in the eyes of Iran, will be just like an act of war. Trump has said consistently he does not want to get involved. Now, apparently, CNN and many, many others are reporting that the president is considering becoming more involved. So what are we supposed to do militarily here? We're helping to defend Israel. We're not helping them go on offense yet. By the way, during this interview, Netanyahu also said this, that he had intelligence that Iran was behind the assassination attempts on Donald Trump. Yeah, he said that. Listen.
Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with him in a way that is weak, giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means a pathway to the bomb, padding it with billions and billions of dollars. He took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's enemy number one.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior partner.
When did
they
you
understand that President Trump is a great threat to Iran's plans to weaponize nuclear weapons and use them.
All right. So this is a constantly developing story. A few other notes from over the weekend, and currently Israel has taken out most of Iran's nuclear scientists, like 9, I think it was, last one I saw, 9 out of 10, but it may be more than that now. But most of the nuclear scientists in Iran, well, let's just be honest, they're looking for some nuclear scientists. And I'm reasonably certain there's not a lot of people that are going for that gig because they know that they'll end up with a bomb on their house. They have kneecapped, Israel has kneecapped their Iran's arsenal of airplanes as well. They have also greatly damaged nuclear facilities and also weapons manufacturing plants. So Israel is definitely making an impact on Iran. And what they're trying to do is kneecap Iran on everything. Now, Israel has said that they are focused on nuclear and military sites and personnel. By the way, Iran has been targeting civilian areas, and also apparently our embassy near Tel Aviv has also been damaged in the bombing last night. So there's a lot going on. President Trump telling ABC News, no, we're not involved right now, but we may get involved in the days and weeks ahead. It is 7:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WGN. Joan Jones has the news at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, new claims about success from Israel this morning in its war with Iran. And a 4-year-old is dead and 4 other kids injured in a terrible shooting in Madison. We've got that coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, 723. Stoltz Co., a great Tennessee company that continues to grow. And yes, they continue to expand as well. You know, Stoltz Co., they build these incredible pole barns. And these pole barns, they can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You can even live in them. They're called barn dominiums. And yes, these are great structures. And yes, they will stand the test of time. Now, Stoltz Co. is right now offering turnkey options. Now, what that means is that they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches, too. Basically, you turn the key and you are home thanks to Stoltz Co. And right now, they're also offering storm shelters as well to keep you and your family safe. Now, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co., again, it can be used for anything. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co. at 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find examples of their incredible work on their socials, Instagram and Facebook as well. Check them out at their website, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. Dan here for Loan Pronto. Listen, if you are maxed out on credit cards, if you're struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's rapid equity loan. You can get cash out right now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and as we like to say, no BS. The rapid equity loan program at Loan Pronto, it is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That obviously is a huge turnaround. So what can you get from Loan Pronto? Instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Now, listen, it's your home equity. You should use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to call and start that conversation. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Get debt relief right now. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit, and MLSConsumerAccess.org. $7:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan, you ever worry about, driving down the streets of Nashville and you end up surrounded by a bunch of frothing at the mouth and nut jobs with, signs and threatening you and your vehicle and maybe your kids inside? You ever worry about that?
Yeah, actually, yes.
Well, State Representative Jody Barrett wants to help you and people like you. He is going to join us coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Yes, 24 westbound still a mess this morning at Hickory Hollow Parkway. Because of a crash, it was a tractor trailer that went off the road, and that exit ramp is partially blocked. It's causing some delays onto 24 as well. Careful in that area. Israel said this morning that it has achieved full aerial operation control over Tehran and has destroyed 1/3 of Iran's surface-to-surface missile launchers, which Tehran has been using to fire ballistic missiles toward Israel. In the meantime, CNN's Elena Treen is reporting that President Trump took a pass on trying to take out Iran's leader.
You know, there was that potential opportunity over the weekend where Israel went to the United States and said, we have a chance to try and take out Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And we heard that the president told his administration to tell the Israelis he did not want them to do that. And the key there to keep in mind here is that what the president wants to avoid, and this is what we're hearing in all of our conversations, is having this conflict break out into a much fuller and potential, full-scale war here. And that's really what the administration does not want.
Now, the death toll in Israel from Iran's attacks rose to 24 as of this morning. There's a terrible story out of Madison, a mother and her 5 children shot by that woman's boyfriend, 26-year-old Jovian Smith. Police are saying that the couple got into an argument while the woman was driving the family on Sunday. She pulled to the side of the road. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams picks it up from there.
Investigators saying that she was able to pull over, and that's when police say Smith shot her multiple times. She then ran to a nearby home for help. As this happened, police telling us that Smith turned the gun on that woman's 5 children, shooting them multiple times. One of those children, a 4-year-old girl, died from her injuries.
Smith is in jail on a $2.6 million bond. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thanks, Joan. 7:32 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee, it could get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. So a storm rolls through, the power goes out in your neighborhood. You have one of these backup home standby generators. Your power at your home is going to be on. Now, you want to get this backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. They feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring. They're not going to leave you in the dark. And yes, financing is available as well. That phone number is 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Well, traveling in this morning, you'll just want to know the 24 westbound at Hickory Hollow Parkway is going to slow down. That's because of a tractor trailer that went off the road much earlier this morning, and they've still been working to try to get it uprighted and out of there. The right shoulder is blocked off, and it's backing up traffic. Bellevue, Highway 100 at Temple Road, that's a crash involving some injuries. An accident on 40 westbound before Fairview-Dixon, Highway 96. Also, Thompson Station, 65 in the southbound lanes, an accident at the Thompson Station Road overpass. And one more on 24 westbound Murfreesboro at I-840. The accident takes out the left shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, and it's 7:36. I want to tell you about my friends at the Low T Center. Listen, guys, over 40. If you're running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling a little off. LowTcenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT. You can join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you. You know, the Low T Center, they've got clinics all over Nashville and Middle Tennessee, and they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, and you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans are tailor-made just for you. You can get treatments at the clinic, or you can be treated at home. But either way, you're always going to get the highest quality of care. And right now, you can get a free consultation from the Low T Center. If you qualify, treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. By the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it. (7:38) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open at 615-737-9986. I know that we all have been spending an inordinate amount of time these days watching protests, specifically in Los Angeles, but over the weekend all across the country. And I share your outrage, folks, when you see people who are blocking traffic. This has been something that has angered me for years and years and years. Well, there is a lawmaker now, a Tennessee lawmaker that wants to do something about it. And Jody Barrett is joining us here on the Newsmaker Hotline. State Representative Jody Barrett, 69th District. Jody, always appreciate having you on Nashville's Morning News. So let's talk about how you have now apparently filed legislation. I love this. That pushes roadway blockage as illegal if somebody is trying to block the roads.
Well, good morning, Dan. Good to be with you. And yes, not only have we filed a bill along those lines, but we passed something last year that gives power to the people to bring a civil right of action against those folks for damages as well.
So what are and I love that. And so what are the arguments against? Because I mean, any rational people, and we've all watched social media where you have people on a highway where it is absolutely traffic is stopped, miles are backed up, or traffic is backed up for miles and miles, and they just simply will not get out of the way. And the emotional side of you wants to just scream at the heavens, just run them over, which nobody wants that to happen. So, but what are the arguments against this? Because it does seem like, it's reasonable.
Well, there really are no reasonable arguments or rational arguments against it. The left cries that we are somehow limiting their First Amendment rights to protest by putting this public safety measure in place. But the real driving force behind this bill or a law like this would be to make it where they can do so safely, not only for themselves but also for innocent bystanders as well. Not only do we not want people trapped in cars in bad and dangerous situations, we don't want protesters getting run over and killed either. So this is simply a measure to try to make it where we're limiting those situations from happening and making it where we're encouraging folks that if you're going to do protest, if you're going to participate in these types of organized rallies or whatnot, you're going to do so in a safe manner that makes it to where it doesn't lead to tragedy that takes away from the message that you're even trying to deliver to begin with.
I know that Senator Marsha Blackburn has been trying to get this passed at the national level. I don't know if she did or not, but I know that Florida has some laws against this as well. I guess the question is, why were you inspired by this? Was there a particular incident? Was it another state whose legislation you looked at and you said, yeah, this makes all the sense in the world because it is infuriating what we're seeing on television?
Well, the discussion really started in 23 when the folks in Memphis were having issues with these motorcycle groups that were shutting down I-40 and I-240 so they could do, streetcar tricks and things and put this stuff on YouTube and TikTok and creating dangerous situations in doing so. It just so happens in the process of writing that legislation and getting it filed, we filed this bill on a Wednesday in 24, and the Friday, right after we filed it, the protest happened in Memphis, where I think it was a anti-Israel protest where they marched up onto the I-40 bridge and blocked traffic in both directions going into and out of Tennessee from Arkansas. Well, it just so happened that at that particular time, the other bridge, the I-55 bridge, was shut down for construction. And so the city of Memphis was completely shut off from Arkansas. Folks that were trying to get to and from the hospitals that are in Memphis could not get there. All of the I-40 tractor-trailer traffic, delivery traffic was not able to move. And it solidified that what we were doing with this bill was the right thing to do.
I'm reading about your bill, and there's a $241,000 impact from a budget standpoint that was not included in the governor's budget, apparently. Is that something that'll kill this bill, or is this something that you can work around?
Well, that's the reason why we were only able to pass the Civil Right of Action last year, is with this cost included. And that cost is tied to anticipated costs of incarceration. So every bill that gets filed has some sort of fiscal note attached to it to determine if it's going to cost something in the budget. And the Fiscal Review Committee determined that if this became a felony instead of the Class A misdemeanor that it is now, that there would be some additional costs, that we would be incarcerating some people as a result of that, and the state would have to pay for that. And so we are currently in a position where we are hoping that the governor or our leadership in the Senate and the House will find that money in this budget coming up in the next year. It is currently sitting behind the budget now to make it a Class E felony, and so we didn't get it funded in 23. We did not get it funded in 24. So I'm hopeful in 25, third time's a charm, we'll get that funded.
Well, I hate to be snarky, but why is there a problem with getting this funded? Because clearly this has been a problem. This has happened in Tennessee, as you just noted. And it has been an issue, especially in the last several years. So why the pushback from, of all places or all people, Republicans and conservatives?
I really don't know the answer to that. I wish I could give you a more thorough explanation as to why this keeps getting pushed down the priority list. But I would say that the folks in Memphis that have seen this happen now multiple times, even earlier this year, where the I-40 bridge has been shut down by protesters, are sick of this stuff. Senator Taylor and I are determined to get this done and get this put in place. And we want to make sure that we're not only do we get the law passed, but we want to make sure that we're encouraging the district attorneys to prosecute and push forward with this.
State Representative Jody Barrett is joining us from the 69th District here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jody, got a couple of other things that I want to talk to you about straight ahead. Got to check the roads real quick on WTN. High today of 85, possible showers and storms later on this afternoon. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. All right, so we've got Jody Barrett, State Representative for the 69th District, Dixon area here on Super Talk 99.7. So, Jody, let me ask you a couple of other questions. Just give me your, we saw the protests on Friday regarding Kilmar Abrego Garcia. We saw the protests over the weekend, of course, the No Kings protest and all that. So, I don't know. Give me your opinion on news of the day. What are your thoughts as they all come to a close for now?
Well, I think it's ironic that Kilmar Abrego is being indicted for human smuggling, which is another bill that we've passed just this session in Tennessee to make it a felony in Tennessee to do that. And as far as the No Kings protests are concerned, you're talking about something that is just not real.
Yeah.
You're protesting. It's like yelling at the clouds. I don't really fully understand what we're doing other than just trying to find every possible reason we can to be mad at Trump.
Well, it's interesting too, sir, because I was speaking earlier. It's like, okay, so what is the call to action? What was the call to action? It just didn't seem like there was a call to action except to, as you appropriately said, scream at the clouds. By the way, I owe you a congratulations because I read this a few weeks ago and I'm reminded of it. TennesseeReportCard.com, you were at 100% for your conservatism. That's actually quite a feat these days, and you have to be proud for that designation.
Well, certainly surprised to get that feedback, but happy to be the first, I think, to ever get a perfect score. And
Yep.
I try to do my best to radically represent the people of my district. So I put them first in everything I try to do.
All right, so I apologize, State Representative Jody Barrett, for this next question, but I'm getting hammered.
Okay.
Do you know what's
Here we
coming?
go.
Do you know what question it's going to be?
I have a pretty good idea. Go ahead.
All right, so Congressman Mark Green has announced he is stepping down. Your name is all over the place as far as somebody who might throw his hat in the ring for to replace Congressman Mark Green. I don't know. Any thoughts? Anything you'd like to announce here on Nashville's Morning News?
Not ready for an announcement, but I am seriously considering it and exploring the possibility. I'm looking at the field of candidates that are being floated around, and certainly getting a lot of encouragement from folks throughout this 7th congressional district, even outside of my own that I represent currently, that are pushing me to consider that. And look, it's an important election. We've got to make sure that we get someone in there that's going to continue to serve the Republican Party and President Trump and what we're trying to get done in Congress right now. And the vote margins are razor thin in Washington, D.C., and whoever is sitting in this position in November when the special election is over is going to have a very key bargaining chip in what's going on in D.C., and so we want to make sure we get the right person up there.
So let me ask you, just from me to you, what goes into a decision like that? I mean, obviously you consider family, you consider, spending a lot of time in that hellhole that is Washington, D.C. I mean, what goes into making such a life-changing decision?
Well, you hit on the main points there. I've, of course, been consulting with family this weekend. I still have a 14-year-old son at home. So, making sure that any decision I make for my future is not detrimentally impacting him and what he's got coming up over the next several years. And so, we've been talking a lot about that, but more importantly, it's really about the country and the service and what we can do or what we could provide as a family by serving in that role, if that's what we're called to do. And so it's really been a lot of prayer, a lot of consultation and gathering of information, and really trying to be still and listen and get some sort of discernment as to whether or not this door is opening for me to walk through or if it's for somebody else.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I know that once you make a decision either way, you'll let us know, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much. Love the bills that you're introducing as well. And good luck. It is Jody Barrett there, state representative of the 69th District. You just heard it. He is considering whether or not he wants to run for the soon-to-be vacated seat with Mark Green, Congressman Mark Green. It is 7:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, President Trump announces a plan to ramp up deportations and the Trump Organization's latest offering. And it's not a cryptocurrency. We've got that and more coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7.51 on WTN. Listen, if you're a business owner, take a look at your floors, take a look at your concrete floors, and if they don't look very good, if your concrete floors of your business look terrible, well, what kind of an impression does that leave on your customers? Now, my friends at Specialty Coatings, they can help you. They specialize, they've been here a long time. They specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete. And they've been doing it for 30 years. You've probably, as a matter of fact, walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've done work in all the major sports stadiums, the arenas, and the convention centers around town and around Tennessee. You know, just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. Now, those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and a lot more. Specialty Coatings isn't some fly-by-night company. You know, a couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. No. They've got the equipment and the skilled installers. So your job is going to be on time and on budget. No matter how bad your floor looks, Specialty Coatings, they can fix it. And each project is customized to your building and your needs. Call them at 615-591-9491, 615-591-9491. You can also email them, sales@specialtycoat.com. That's sales@specialtycoat.com. The website, specialtycoat.com. 7:55, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Renstall. Listen, if you've got a European vehicle, great news for you. BMW, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, any other European car, highfalutin or not so much, they can maintain them, and they can also, Renstall can maintain them. They can also fix them if you need a repair. Now, they like to say this is dealer-level service, but family level care and honest prices as well. Not a corporate mindset, just a family business helping out our neighbors and friends by delivering honesty, respect, and exceptional service. They are locally owned and operated, exclusively work on all European vehicles. Now, they also, and everybody's got mechanics, everybody's got the diagnostic service. I understand all of that. But this is a good company full of really good people. They proudly offer the Heroes Service Discount. Veterans, active duty military, first responders, emergency medical personnel all get a 10% discount on all repairs. So even if you're not a veteran and so forth, well, this is the kind of company that you're dealing with. Honest. They also offer complimentary shuttle service and free Uber rides as well. Immediate appointments and a quick turnaround as well. So if you've got a European car, check out my friends at Renstall, 615-777-7100. They do have appointments available, 615-777-7100. Conveniently located across the street from the Academy of Country Music, 5 minutes from Music Road, 2 minutes from downtown. Check out their website, itrustmymechanic.com, itrustmymechanic.com. $7:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in. It is Monday, June 16th. Hope you're doing well.
You know what today is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yes, Joan, I do know what today is. You talking about what happened 10 years ago?
Yes, I can't believe you read my mind like
10
that.
years ago, Donald Trump came down that golden escalator and announced that he was running for president.
Isn't that amazing that it's only been 10 years? It feels like 100.
And to Democrats, it feels like 1,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
That day was history-making, and I remember day one. I was sitting in this chair, and I remember day one, I was so excited. And I didn't really know what to make of all of it. Of course, in real time, I'm talking about the things that he said, the things that he was saying that he was going to do and that he wanted to do, the problems with, what was going on in America and so forth. And one of the things that I said is the Republican Party has just been put on notice, and they certainly were, and not only one, but two presidential elections and with victories for Donald Trump. So, 10 years ago, and changed not only our country, but changed our world forever. And I think back on even if I have some disagreements with Donald Trump, which I do, I have some disagreements with him. You folks know that. But I got to tell you, that Republican Party and America changed for the better 10 years ago. Did you ever think, Joan, that, 10 years ago when you saw that going on, did you ever think that that would lead to how, in my opinion, impactful he's been 10 years later?
No, I was a very skeptical person about Donald Trump. I really hated back in the 80s and really in the 90s when he kept on saying, I think I'm going to run for office. And then he wouldn't do it. Yep. And I felt like he kept on baiting people. And I felt like it was very much about him and not about America. Mm-hmm. So I was not a Donald Trump fan at all when he came down that escalator. I thought, oh, here we go.
Here we go again.
Yeah. And man, the amazing way that no matter what he did, as long as he walked down that escalator, win or not, he'd change things.
Absolutely. And I think the Republican Party changed for the better. I think the Democrat Party and the media, they have all just devolved into insanity. That's what, we're late. But yeah, we'll talk about this more during the crisscross handoff coming up at 8:35. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eight o'clock, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. That crash on 24 westbound at Hickory Hollow Parkway, it's still there this morning, been there all morning, and it's causing delays. You've got another one, too, on 24 westbound, right at I-840 in Murfreesboro. President Trump announcing plans to flood Democrat-run cities, including New York, L.A., and Chicago, with even larger waves of ICE agents to bring about a single largest mass deportation program in history. In a Truth Social post last night, the president said, quote, these cities use illegal aliens to expand their voter base, cheat in elections, and grow the welfare state. President Trump warning that changes are coming. A Fort Campbell soldier killed in a helicopter training accident last week has been identified now as 40-year-old Chief Warrant Officer Dustin Wright. The 101st Airborne Division saying that the incident occurred during a routine attack aviation training mission inside Fort Campbell. At the training area, another pilot suffered minor injuries. Heavy rain in Appalachia yesterday, it killed at least 5 people in West Virginia, including a 3-year-old child. The governor there saying several more people are still missing.
Parts of West Virginia under a state of emergency after flash floods swept through the northern part of the state. Ohio County saw up to 4 inches of rain in less than half an hour, destroying homes, washing out roads, and submerging cars. In Fairmont, one woman desperately trying to escape with her 1-year-old daughter.
1 second I was washing dishes, the other minute I'm swimming down the hallway with my child.
Now residents who lost everything are left to pick up the pieces.
ABC's Rhiannon Nally, more rain is on the way there. We're still waiting for a judge's decision on whether to release Kilmar Abrego Garcia while he awaits trial on human trafficking and conspiracy charges. Prosecutors said on Friday he made $100,000 a year smuggling people into the U.S. and that he's a flight risk. His lawyers disagree. Well, even if he is released by the judge, Abrego Garcia would be detained by Homeland Security. And the Trump Organization launched its own mobile network. Just announced this morning. It's called, of course, Trump Mobile. It positions itself as an alternative to major telecom providers. This new mobile venture would have call centers based in the U.S. and phones made in America. President Trump turned over, by the way, control of the Trump Organization to his children, just as he did in his first term. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures right now, plus 273. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So the crash in Antioch on 24 westbound, it's at Hickory Hollow Parkway exit, and traffic is backed up on 24 because of it. Also, 24 westbound, just past I-840, there's a crash, and it's on the right shoulder there. That's blocked. Centennial Boulevard in Bordeaux, right at Briley Parkway, look for an accident in that spot. And at Thompson Station, 65 southbound at the Thompson Station Road overpass, there's a crash as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. And there's a lot going on. I got to tell you, I thought this was interesting. The headline from the Daily Mail, Joan, Minnesota's assassin Vance Belter charged with second-degree murder. But they're saying that he could still face execution. I guess people are up in arms over this.
Well, so here's the deal. In the state of Minnesota, it was the first state to eliminate the death penalty. So what's happening is the Department of Justice is going to file federal murder charges for which he can be executed.
Good.
Yes.
Good, good, good. And that all came down this morning?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 57-year-old Vance, we calling him Belter or Bolter?
Bolter.
Bolter. Vance Bolter. Of course, we all know what he did. This has been an ongoing conversation for the last couple of days. What everybody wants to know, I don't know, I've been so mired down, Joan, since I got on the air at 5. I've been so mired down in, Israel and everything that's happened over the weekend as far as the protest goes and everything. Are people still debating as to whether or not this guy is a Trump supporter or a Democrat? I kind of feel like...
It's funny that you asked that because I just saw a post from... Dinesh D'Souza.
Okay.
And he said, I asked Grok 3 to examine Bolter's full voting record. And it says that Bolter is not a Republican. For years, he has refused to identify with either party. So you don't need speculation and innuendo. You can look it up for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's apparently has voted both ways.
He's bipolitical.
Yes.
Moving right along. Very good. All right. So they found about 70 potential targets in his car, including Democrats like Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar, others as well. And, this is one of those stories where it just so rapidly updated over the weekend. And it's crazy. They did, obviously, now, if you've been listening, you know that they found him. There's a lot of folks that are saying that Vance Bolter, he is a rabid pro-lifer, and that the people that he shot and the people that he had targeted were all pro-choice and people involved in the abortion industry and so forth. And so that's why they are saying that he is one of these, again, just very rabid, passionate pro-lifers, and that he thought that it would be a good idea to go out and kill somebody and kill a bunch of folks who are pro-choice. One of the lawmakers that he killed, a woman named Melissa Hortman, this is where there seemed to be a lot of confusion as to what the motivation was. Because when this whole thing originally happened, when all of the chaos and the story kept updating early on Saturday, but Melissa Hortman, she is one of the state lawmakers there in Minnesota. She had just voted to revoke the health care coverage for illegal aliens. And she was the only Democrat, apparently, to do so. And so people thought that this guy was a Democrat because of his, relationship and his connections to Tim Walz and previous Minnesota governors. So everybody thought as they were looking at him and his position on some of these boards that he was appointed to by a couple of Democrat governors, that clearly this guy was a Democrat. But as Joan rightly pointed out, this guy's been more of like an independent. I mean, he sounds to me like somebody who, the roommate is out there saying that he was a Donald Trump supporter. He is a Donald Trump supporter, but that doesn't mean that you are a Republican or a conservative or what have you. Because there's some people that are out there that just want to see the world burn. And maybe this is one of those guys. I don't know. They have him in custody now. A big question and big debate going on social media is going to continue for, a long time, I'm assuming. He was a registered Republican. I want to say it was Oklahoma back in, was it 2004? It was many, many years ago. And I played this. One of the first audio bites I played for you this morning was because, everybody is of course, going after me saying, come on, man, just admit that he's a Trump supporter. So the first thing I did when I got on the air today was,
I just want you guys to just not say crazy right-winger gone nuts and that was all he is, It just bothers me that's his legacy. But I knew him all my life.
The funny thing is you got people out there on the left that are, daring somebody like me to admit that he is a Trump supporter. If you know anything about me, you know that I have absolutely no problem calling out people on, and I'm going to air quote this, our side. And the roommate did say twice that this guy, Vance Bolter, was a Trump supporter.
Did he talk much about Trump? And what did he say, if so?
I was a Trump supporter. Voted for Trump. You like Trump? I like Trump.
So somehow I'm going to start defending this guy who shot 4 people, killed 2 in cold blood simply because he is a Donald Trump supporter. Now, that's not the way that I work. That's how the Democrats, though, see Donald Trump supporters. That, don't you know, we're all just, some sort of, cult fanatics and this kind of thing with Donald Trump. He did have a bunch of No Kings protest flyers in his car. That was another reason why they actually canceled the No Kings protests in Minnesota. He had been appointed to Minnesota's Governor's Workforce Development Board by not 1, but 2 Democrat governors, including Tim Walz. Nobody really seems to know exactly who this guy was. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions. Now, do you know how those questions could be answered? By releasing this dude's manifesto. But so far, local authorities are refusing to release it.
We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough. We have been, this is a very active and fluid investigation. Throughout the day, as you've been waiting and these teams have been out working out in the field, and they have been gathering more documents and information, so it would be premature for me at this point to really say exactly what the motivation might be from these writings, but we will be continuing to work on that and provide that information when we're able.
Some people, by the way, also saying that this guy is a leftist, trying to make it seem like Republicans are doing this. You know how that whole thing goes. Republicans swear this guy is a Democrat because of the fact that he was appointed to 2 boards. Oftentimes, these boards are bipartisan. You got Republicans and Democrats on these boards. The Democrats, by the way, saying he is a Republican and a Trump supporter because he was a registered Republican like 20 years ago, and he had a hit list full of mostly Democrats who were, and maybe all Democrats, who were all pro-choice or they were involved in one way or another in the abortion movement. So there's other questions as well. Why did Vance Bolter have a home with 5 kids and a wife, but he also had a roommate? Now, from what I read, that's because he had a job where he needed to be closer to work a couple of days a week. People are, I didn't mean to say that. You hear what I did, Joan? That was an accident.
Yes.
I'm a little off today. I don't know if you can tell. I'm a little off today. I don't know why. I think it's because I spent too much time with the Great Unwashed on Friday. I think that's what it was.
Literally unwashed.
Boy, they were. But we'll talk about that with Chris. And here at 8:35, great story about me and Murphy out at the Kilmar Abrego Garcia Appreciation Day rally out in Nashville that happened on Friday. Going to talk about that and a whole lot more coming up at 8:35 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, another thing, and I'm choosing not to make a big deal out of this, but you know what the roommate also said? Vance Bolter's roommate. Do you know what he also said, Joan?
What's that?
That Vance was a big fan of Alex Jones. That's what the guy said. But I'm choosing not to play the audio, and I'm because I'm a firm believer that just because you watch or you listen to Alex Jones doesn't make you somebody who's going to go out and kill people. It just doesn't. But see, that's what the media will do to Alex Jones and what he does. And I'm telling you that as a guy who's not a fan of Alex Jones. But I know how the media works. So just so you know, I have not missed that angle, that part of the story. I know all about it. I'm choosing not to focus on that because I know what's going to happen. And by the way, I will fully admit that if this guy turned out to be a Democrat, I would be absolutely all over it. Just like the Democrats are right now with this guy being, his roommate says, a Donald Trump supporter. Have I done traffic yet? No, sorry. I told you I'm a little off today. 8:50, about 2 minutes off. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. High of 85, low of 71, possible showers this afternoon, maybe even some thunderstorms as well. You said 71 degrees, Mason?
76 degrees outside.
76 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan and I were talking about, this was earlier, that this guy, Vance Bolter's, his wife, and a bunch of relatives, they were caught driving around with a gun, ammunition, $50,000 in cash and passports. Gee, I wonder if they were thinking about leaving town and maybe leaving the country because they had passports too. Probably, it sounds like it to me. So we'll keep you updated on this story. To me, it obviously sounds like, you know, if you believe the roommate, dude was a Trump supporter, but according to Grok 3, you really can't tell. And I don't necessarily believe the roommate. Whatever. And here's the thing. If the guy is a Trump supporter, okay, what's your point? There's not a Trump supporter out there that are going to say, oh, yeah, it's a good idea to shoot people and kill people. No, that's not what Republicans do. That's not how Republicans that's not what Republicans stand for. So we'll keep you updated on the story as it continues to develop. But again, the headline is Minnesota assassin Vance Bolter charged with second-degree murder. He could still face execution because of those federal charges. I also liked how Trump came out, boom, right away after we found out about these horrible situation in Minnesota. First thing he said was, we are going to get to the bottom of this, and this person will be held accountable. And I love that that is what Donald Trump did. The battle between Iran and Israel continues to escalate. Breaking news overnight. Bombs are still being dropped. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. By the way, have you heard what the Democrats, Joan, want to cancel now?
Oh, no.
Have you seen the holiday that the Democrats want to cancel?
Oh, no. What?
The Democrats want to cancel the 4th of July.
Oh, come on.
They do. They want to cancel the 4th of July.
They can't. And they just can't.
Well, no, obviously they can't.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is what the Democrat Party stands for, is just, canceling literally everything that they don't agree with. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Watch us on YouTube and watch us on Facebook, 997WTN.com, as well as X. Don't forget, Joan Jones is going to be there June 17th. This is tomorrow at King's Bowl in Cool Springs. Murphy Show is going to be there live. and it's going to be our big mid-year review. It is free, so you got to, when you get there, you got to buy your own, food and drinks and what have you. But we've done, I think, 1 or 2 events at Kings Bowl now, and they're always so much fun. So I'm going to be there. Chris Hand's going to be there. Chad's going to be there. Of course, Murphy Show's going to be there. And hopefully a lot of you folks as well. Joan's going to be there.
Better get there early because I'm not a night owl.
You got to stay till the end like me.
No.
You got to stay to the end like me, Joan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that probably won't happen.
And you call yourself a conservative.
I know.
I'm just kidding. What would your mid-year? What would your mid-year review be, Joan?
For the Donald Trump?
Yeah. If you are a conservative, we should have done this as a topic. What is your mid-year review from 2025 mid-year June?
Am I giving it a grade like an A to F?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. What would your, by the way, the mid-year review? Do you know what this is? You know what this is, Joan? Just you and me talking.
Yeah.
The big mid-year review. This is somebody was trying to figure out a way to get an event. Yeah. Because we make money on these things. What could the event be? I know. It's June. We'll do the mid-year review.
And we won't make anyone pay for it. So
there you go. Well, there's other ways to make money.
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to give you an out there.
Oh, sorry. They make bank on these things. All right. So mid-year review. I would give Donald Trump. What would you give Trump?
I'd give him a B+.
You do a B+? I think, that's funny. That's where I was going too.
Yeah.
I'd give President Trump a B+. You know what? Super texters.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Actually, okay. Hey, Mason, let's change the poll question real quick. What would you give Donald Trump for 2025? What would you give Trump for the mid-year review? Would you give him an A, a B? How many options do we have? 4? A, B, C, or D?
I think that's perfect.
Is that perfect?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. No. Well.
A, B, C, or F? Sorry, I realized I said that into your talkback and not onto everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, on the air. Yeah. No, I think A, B, C, or D.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
We got to give the haters something to, So the haters would give him a D. You know what? Maybe Chris can do this as a big call-in question for his show.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
You think that'd be cool, Mason?
Are you programming for him?
No, I stopped doing that about a year ago, Joan. And I swore I'd never go back.
No, he's setting it up for me to have a busy morning.
That's exactly right. All right, very good. Me and Joan both say B+. Go take the poll. Watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe, and you tell us, what would you give Donald Trump in a mid-year review? A, B, C, or D? Joan's got the news. I would give Joan an A+ no matter what.
Ah, that's nice of you.
Yes. Go ahead, Joan. Say it back. You have to.
I would give you an A too, Dan.
Would you? No, you wouldn't.
B-.
B-. I'm thinking more B-. Whatever. All right, Joan, what's coming up?
A competency hearing is scheduled for today for a man accused of killing a Belmont student. Also, there could be a new way to get around to the airport. Listen to this interesting story coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:24 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Contours. Listen, you may have missed Father's Day, of course, because it was over the weekend where Contours had that great $99 special. That doesn't mean, though, that the special is gone because summer is coming. It feels like it's, I don't know, what is the first day of summer? Anybody know?
21st.
The 21st. So the 21st is the first day of summer. And so right now, Contours, they do have their $99 summer special going on right now. You know that you need to fit into that bathing suit. Contours can help you. For just $99, you can get one of those belly buster specials that we've been talking about for quite some time now at Contours. Call them right now, first 10 callers at 615-236-9960. It is the Get Back in Your Bathing Suit Summer Special from my friends at Contours. Again, first 10 callers, $99 special. Now, most people lose at least 2 inches in the middle with the Belly Buster special from Contours. Folks have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check them out. You can go to their website and see how the Belly Buster therapy featuring red light technology actually works. I've gone through it. It is amazing. And if you want some help in squeezing into that bathing suit, call them right now. First 10 callers, 615-236-9960. It is the summer special going on right now from my friends at Contours, 615-236-9960. The website, contoursllc.com.
Good morning. It's now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We have some good news on 24 westbound this morning at Hickory Hollow Parkway. Crews have now been able to move a tractor trailer that got stuck in the grass. It had gone into the grass at the exit this morning. It's now out of the grass. It's on the shoulder, and things are moving a little better in that area this morning. In the news, the suspected Minnesota killer will make his first court appearance this morning. Vance Bolter was arrested overnight. Police saying that 57-year-old still had the weapon on him that police believe he used to kill State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, and to wound State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. He was tracked down after being spotted on a trail camera by one of his neighbors. A hearing is scheduled for today to decide if a man accused of shooting a Belmont student is competent to stand trial. It was in the fall of 2023 that Shaquille Taylor aimed a gun at a moving car and ended up killing 18-year-old Julian Ludwig, who was jogging nearby. Her friend attended yesterday's Justice for Jillian rally in Nashville.
During their whole grief process, they've been having to fight, and I just cannot imagine the pain and the stress that they're feeling at the same time. No parent, no friend, no sibling should go through that ever.
Now, before Jillian's murder, Taylor was found incompetent to stand trial for an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, but not incompetent enough to be hospitalized. And Tennessee officials are reportedly in talks with Elon Musk's Boring Company about building a tunnel that would run from downtown Nashville to BNA. The Nashville Business Journal is reporting that tunnel would run between 5 and 10 miles long. It would aim to make it easier to get to and from the airport.
And I think it would be good for a lot of the tourists in the rideshare community because a lot of the traffic are coming from people who are going straight downtown or going straight to their hotels.
That Nashville man speaking to Channel 4 there. So far, this is just an idea. There have been no feasibility studies, no contracts drawn. It's just been in discussion, though, for months. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stocks are starting off on the plus side this morning with the Dow up 245. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Appreciate it. Dan Mandis here for Glock Store. Now, they've got a great deal going on right now at the Glock store. You folks know that I'm not a gun expert, but I do know that Glocks are the highest quality handgun available at their price level. You can buy a cheaper handgun, but you cannot buy a better one for the same money. Still, the average Glock, let's just be honest, is about $600, and $600 is $600. So if you've always wanted a Glock, but that price is just a bit out of reach, the Glock store has you covered because Glock store is now a factory rebuilt Glock dealer. Now, rebuilt Glock might have been a retail display gun that got a little scratch. It could be a brand new Glock with a little blemish in the finish. There's lots of reasons why a Glock might go back to the factory to be rebuilt, but they always come back perfect. Now, Glock factory rebuilds, they carry the full factory warranty, but they can cost up to $100 less than the original retail price, and $100 is $100. To find out what is currently available, go visit my friends at the Glock store or go to glockstore.com and type factory rebuilt in the search bar. Now, if you can't tell the difference, why pay the difference? The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Got to watch it in Mount Juliet this morning. South Mount Juliet Road at Providence Way. There is an accident reported in Bordeaux. Clarksville Pike at the ML King Bridge. Watch for an accident in that spot this morning. And also 24 westbound side in Antioch. Now you're looking for that accident at Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60 this morning. Tractor trailer is now out of the grass and on the right shoulder, and that right shoulder is blocked off, but the traffic congestion on 24 now starting to ease. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.839, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. Chris Hand is here.
What's up?
Mason Fleming's here.
I am here.
And Joan's here as well.
Here.
Present and accounted for. Do you know what I feel like with Mason?
What do you feel like?
I feel like, you know how some members of Congress, when they vote, they'll vote like present?
Yeah.
Is that what he's been doing this morning?
That's what Mason's been doing. He's present. He's present. You know what else is present?
What's that?
Our super camera back here.
Oh, yeah, I see
So
it.
what's so funny is, and we started out the show like this, if there's one word that describes WTN, and specifically Nashville's Morning News, it would be the word air. Well, here we are for you folks watching on Super Talk TV, there's a big error message over our logo, and we can't seem to fix it.
So funny. Well, it looks like all you have to do is click close. So
How appropriate.
Can we just click close?
No, because apparently
Yeah, we can't
Mason's
get access
excused.
to the that computer, unfortunately.
Oh, you're not trusted with that access?
No, they don't trust me with that stuff.
I get
Can't
it.
believe it.
Do you know why they don't trust you with that stuff, Mason?
Because I'm working for you.
They think that you're an error.
Oh.
That's what it is.
Here, I'll see myself out, actually. You don't, if I don't need to
Mason's
be
like,
here,
I
it's an
got
error
up
in
for
scheduling.
this, man.
Yeah.
All right, so Chris, did you hear that the loons on the left want to cancel the 4th of July?
Oh my gosh.
So here's some audio.
July is canceled. I don't know what we would be celebrating freedom where.
Don't buy any freaking fireworks. Don't be popping fireworks because there's nothing to celebrate at all.
Is there a way we can cancel 4th of July? Because the United States is not justice for all, you know what I mean?
4th of July should be canceled because we are not the land of the free.
There you go.
Oh.
Whoa.
Love those guys.
You know what I've noted? You're like you're in touch with all the influencers, right, Chris?
Yep.
So when you go online, and for example, because I know that among your influencer sphere that you look at, you watch a lot, is like maybe people that do eyebrows.
Oh,
and hair products.
Is that so?
Yeah, because you've got the look. You've got the look of a
I
guy
don't-
that
I don't watch those
you have
influencers.
perfectly coiffed eyebrows.
Okay, all right.
And so forth.
No, I don't. But go on.
Hey, Joan.
He does.
Hey, Joan.
He does.
Have you noticed that Chris is pushing back hard on this?
Yeah.
No, you're pushing back hard.
I'm not pushing back on the fact that I use a little bit of hair gel or that I got nice eyebrows. I'm pushing back on the fact that I'm watching influencers do tutorials on these things.
I see.
You know what? You got to hand over the phone. Let me see your history. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, here's the thing.
It may shock you. My wife and I were talking about my search history the other night, and given the nature of my business, it's a little bit messed up.
Is it a little bit messed up?
It's a little bit messed up. I mean, for the Turning Point stuff, I'll be like randomly looking up pride festivals to send Bo to.
Oh, sure.
He's one of our content creators.
Yeah.
So there's always a list of like pride festivals in Austin, Texas, pride festivals in San Francisco. So there's all that, and then all the other stuff that we do for this show.
Part of what's going on. And Mason, what were you going to say real quick? Because I want to make sure Mason gets a word in.
Oh, I was going to say it's not on Chris's search history because it's on mine because I'm having to do all that for him.
Yeah. Well, that's why they don't trust you with a computer.
Exactly.
Mason, look this up for me, will you?
Yeah. Find best eyebrow tutorials. Tutorials. How do you...
Usually it pops up right as you start
Tutorials.
Yeah, it's just normally Chris doesn't know how to say words properly. So
I don't.
It's just
Words are hard.
Words are
hard.
That's exactly right. All right. So apparently there's a lot of Amy and I were talking about this yesterday because, she'll look at stuff like hair products and all that girly stuff. And apparently all these influencers now are preaching about Donald Trump and, the evils of his immigration policy. But these are people that have cultivated the massive following talking about hair product and eyebrows and all that. Why are they doing this?
There's a whole underground industry of audience flipping.
Yep.
Where you build up accounts based on that and then you sell the account.
Oh, they do it on purpose.
Like low key, yep.
Whoa.
How much do you think they get paid for that?
For influencers?
Yeah.
Like in what sense?
Because they all had the same speech, right? So we actually talked a little bit about this on Friday, where you had all of these influencers and their message seems to be all the same. And so, do you believe that they're actually just getting paid for that, or they're just trying to flip their?
No, they're getting paid for those posts. And there's agencies out there that you can find that will network you with influencer audiences. So what would happen is that whoever had the original message would go find that agency that works with the liberal or the leftist influencers, and then they'll put out a call. And then so the agency then reaches out to their roster of influencers, and they'll say, hey, is this something you want to be a part of? And based on your following, then you receive a price. It's usually, depending, the larger the following, the more they're going to pay you for it. And then there's, different things that you can work into the deal, like click rates and getting people through to links. You could pay them for click rates. You could pay them for views. You could pay them for engagement, all sorts of different things. But there's
So let me ask you
lot of
this.
money.
Do you think these people do you think they actually believe in what they say?
No.
Or are they just being,
Nope.
Here's the script and read it?
No, they don't. I mean, even furthermore, conservatives don't either. You remember what happened when they were trying to get rid of soda in the SNAP benefits. Do you remember that? And a bunch of conservative influencers were approached by a conservative agency saying, hey, would you like to support Big Soda? And there was a bunch of conservative influencers that are like, this is about freedom of choice. And they all came out with the same exact script. So it happens on both sides.
Yep.
And it's really hard to monetize your online audience,
right.
Especially for the social media influencers. So a lot of these guys are broke. Like, believe it or not, like your favorite influencer is working a day job.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to monetize their account any way they can.
Hey, you want to hear something?
Sure.
So this is audio. Matt and I were at the Kilmar Abrego Garcia appreciation party on Friday. And a buddy of mine caught this.
No one is free until everyone is free.
No one is free until everyone is free.
Everyone's got to be free.
Everybody's got, my comment to that person would be, okay, well then can we empty the prisons and send them to your home? Because
honestly,
that's the kind of
apply your logic to child rapists. Go.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it
doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But see, that's what I found when I went down there. Is that's the level of dialogue, or the people that are like, Trump is trying to take away our First Amendment rights as they're protesting.
Can we talk about audience demographics, though?
Older.
Of who was down there? I've seen this a lot over the protests over the weekend, but if you filter out the illegal aliens and you filter out the Antifa, I think what you're left with is cable news addicted boomers.
Okay. Yeah. I would say that.
I think that's a fair assessment.
I think it's a fair assessment. I did not go to the No Kings thing over the weekend.
You didn't do that? You weren't looking for it?
No, I was trying to recover from Friday because in addition to being just completely ridiculous, some of these people smelled really bad.
Oh, yeah. I've heard.
So, but it's a funny story.
Imagine the smell.
I don't know if Matt told this story, but I'm going to tell it. So Matt and I are talking to a media person. I'm not going to say who it is because
it could be anybody.
Could be anybody.
It could be. It
was like an undercover WTN fan embedded in the media.
Oh,
but he's a fair reporter.
I think I know who you're talking about. Keep going.
So, so we're talking to this guy, and somebody like worst BO like ever that I've ever smelled.
Ever.
And I've smelled a lot of BO.
Have you?
I have. Well, I used to work out.
He works in radio.
I used to. Nobody could afford deodorant. So we finish our conversation. We're walking away, and the dude literally calls us back and says, by the way, I'm not the one who smells. He did. He literally said, I'm not the one who smells. This BO was so bad that I was doing a pit check.
That's how bad it was.
That's how bad it was. I wanted to make sure it wasn't me.
But did you do a stealth pit check or just like straight up?
Make it look like you're wiping your nose.
It's exactly what it was. Fake a sneeze. Achoo. And they just take a big
yeah.
Wasn't me. Because, I cake it on.
Now, what the audience is going to be curious about, was it Murphy?
It was not Murphy.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't Murphy. No. Because you know what? You could have followed the trail. I was like right next to Murphy. You could have followed the green.
Yeah,
and just figured out who it was. Yeah, and do you know what the funny thing is? I was genuinely curious as to who smelled so bad. I just wanted to see who it was.
You think it was just one person, or do you think it was the entire aura around that group of people?
I think collectively it was the aura.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a reason why Phil Williams was across the street. He was a smart one.
It was pungent.
He was pungent. He's like, no, man, I just can't take it. So anyway.
We're good from here. We'll zoom in.
We're good. We got the fancy cameras.
Yeah, exactly.
So, so I put my time in on Friday. I didn't feel the need to go down there on Saturday and waste good pool time.
What's up with the judge? The judge seems to be a bit of a Kilmar fan, no? Is that what you're saying?
Wouldn't surprise me. We'll have to see what he does. He or she.
I'm not sure.
Do we know, Joan?
The judge?
Judge Kilmar Abrego Garcia judge. Is it?
That I don't know, to be honest.
Okay, well.
I can look it up.
But weren't they talking about releasing him?
They were.
And then
they're talking about releasing him.
He'd go back into ICE custody, obviously.
Yeah, he'd go back into, we talked about this Friday. He'll go back to ICE custody. Whatever. So, Yeah, I hope they don't. That's going to be ridiculous, though. Well, it could go either way. Do you want him? Do you want him in custody here? Or do you want him in ICE custody? And then if he's found guilty, well then okay, well then the taxpayers have to spend our taxpayer dollars giving this guy 3 squares and a cot.
Yeah.
It's Magistrate Judge Barbara Holmes.
Barbara.
Barbs.
Babs.
Babs. It's an old name. I bet you she's old.
You think she's?
I bet you she's.
Come on, Joan's an old name.
You think she's addicted to cable news?
I bet you she is. MSNBC. I'm totally. We don't know. We have no idea.
We're just hypothesizing.
And this is exactly what we're doing. Hey, real quick, Mason. So I don't know if you heard what we're doing, but we're doing this big mid-year review thing tomorrow.
We are.
June 17th at Kings Bowl in Cool Springs.
I got home late last night, and my wife was like, "You got that thing Tuesday?" I was like, "That's this Tuesday?"
I know.
Oh my gosh, it's here before we knew it.
Speaking of time, by the way, real quick, we asked people, what grade would you give Donald Trump mid-year review? A, B, C, or D? Now, Joan and I agree on a B+.
Okay.
I'll give it a B+. You can save your grade until you start your show. You can throw it down right now.
I probably would have been with you guys a little while ago. I'm feeling like we're closer to a C+ right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I know why, because Chris is all worked up over Israel, right?
Well, no, I'm worked up over Israel. I'm also worked up over the idea of floating amnesty for hotel workers and farm workers.
Farm workers.
Yeah. I think that's garbage.
Construction's
and
next.
not what we voted for.
Construction is next.
I think we need to ramp up enforcement. The whole point of all this was that we're losing American jobs.
Well, he came out this morning. I think it was. He came out this morning, and he told ICE and everybody else to start ramping up enforcement.
But didn't he say he was in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York City? So he's focusing on big blue cities, not the areas where the illegal aliens are at the farms.
Fair enough.
And you know what? Maybe that's the best strategy, because we do understand that those individuals in those districts represent electoral seats, and
that's exactly right.
Even if they're not voting, which they would never do.
Oh no, never.
They would never.
Never.
They're still going to be represented via seats.
Yeah, exactly. All right, real quick. Mason, what do people say? A, B, C, or D?
So looking at it here, you have 38% agreeing with you and Joan at B, but 54% are giving an A for the ranking so far.
And how many gave C+? You got to take a vote for Chris because he said C+.
Yeah, so we're at 5% for C and then 4% in D.
The entire audience hates you, Chris.
That's okay. That's okay. Listen. I was one of the loudest, most vocal Trump supporters during the campaign.
And make no mistake, you still are.
But I think that if we're going to be fair, we have to call him on the BS when we see it.
Right.
And so that's what we're going to do.
I'm
here for it.
That's what we're going to do
today. Is that your big
I love the guy.
broadcast today?
I just think he's being pulled in too many different directions by people that don't have America first at heart.
I think part of it, do you think he listens to influencers too much? Do you think he worries too much about what? And I'm just going to pull a name out of my arse. Do you think he maybe worries too much about what Steve Bannon or Tucker Carlson say? Do you think he worries about that too much? Because if you're going to be a real leader, you have to understand that not everybody is going to agree with you. And some of these people are really loud.
I think he's going to listen to everybody. And I think that that's one of his strengths. And then I think that he's going to do his own thing at the end of the day.
Okay. So we'll see what happens with Trump.
Have you seen Mark Levin calling Tucker Carlson Chatworth's Catarlson? Have you seen that all weekend long? It is the worst nickname ever.
Chats what?
He's calling him Chatsworth Catarlson.
What does it mean?
That Tucker is bought and paid for by Qatar. And that's why he's against the war with Iran.
All right, I'm getting the wrap-up sign. Not a moment too soon. I thought Mark Levin was smarter than that.
No.
I mean, that's... Come on, man.
A boomer addicted to cable news.
Well, he's on cable news, so
I know.
He makes money. All right, Joan, what's coming up?
We'll tell you what's on President Trump's agenda at the G7 today. Also, are Americans more accepting of political violence? What a new survey shows. We've got those stories and more at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:55 WTN. Change is always happening. It is part of life. When it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists, they do come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that is going to stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means that you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. If you're surprised, well, Xfinity reminds you that life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more. Find them online, xfinity.com/deals. That's xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. $8:56 on WTN. Chris Hand is coming up next. Dan Mandis here for USS, United Structural Systems. Now, I've been telling you for years about USS. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. This is a great company, and they've helped me several times with my home over the years. That is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. You want to call them today if you need help with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS. That phone number, 615-488-7855. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.